Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting dated February 24, 2021. This meeting is hereby called to order, and I would like to invite the clerk to call the roll and establish quorum.
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. Desmond?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Sunday, February 28th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Thank you. I'd like to invite everyone to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In compliance with the directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. To make verbal comment at today's meeting, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in the queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along and determine when the best time to call to be placed in the queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. When I open the public comments for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter, clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Written comments are always accepted. Please send your email comment to boardclerk@saccounty.net. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Thank you again for your patience. And at this time, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk if we could move directly into our meeting for the day.
Okay. So for this meeting, you have 4 time matters, and your first item is the fiscal year 2019-20 Transient Occupancy Tax Grant Program report back and the fiscal year 2020-21 Transient Occupancy Tax Grant Program update.
Good morning, Mr. Ferguson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am Britt Ferguson, the county's interim chief fiscal officer, and as you can see, I have a PowerPoint. Just briefly, by way of background.
Third time's a charm, Britt.
I'm sorry?
I said the third time's a charm. You get to be heard.
Yes. I was going to say around this time of year, but usually earlier. We come before the board to give you an update of what has happened in the grant year that's just ending, which we call for this year the 2019 grant year, and then the upcoming grant year, which is the 2020 grant year. So I will briefly start with so a little background on the program. This program began in 2017, providing $1 million annually to provide financial support to nonprofit organizations for community-based programs and services through a competitive application process. So the 2019 TOT grant program, in January of 2020, your board approved $928,000 in grant funding, and you're aware that that was a little less than the $1 million that's usually provided because 2 board members had agreed to use some of their funding for specific projects during the budget process. And awarded funding for 69 projects. As of the PowerPoint says as of January 26th, but I can actually provide you with updated information. As of now, today, 33 projects are completed with $410,000 in grant funding, and 35 projects are either partially completed or not completed for an outstanding amount of about $335,000. The money has to be spent by February 28th, 2021. There's no rollovers allowed under this program. That's always been the case per the policy the board has adopted. I will tell you that we expect all but 6, right now, based on what we know, we expect all but 6 of the projects to complete their work within by the deadline. Often what happens is they wait till toward the end of right at the end of the period to submit their final claim. So just because there's a lot outstanding doesn't mean that most of them will not be completed. Most of them will. Recipient organizations are required to submit a grant-funded activities report no later than March 31st, 2021 to report on project outcomes. And this year, for the first time, we've attached a summary of what we've received so far. Here again, most of these are not submitted till later, till after they're done, and then really toward the deadline. There's only a limited number there, but when we get the complete all of the reports in, we will provide that to you, and we will post that on the county's website so that everybody can see what was accomplished. And you have that before you today for the first time, really being provided to you as part of this update. So then to the 2020 TOT grant program timeline. On September 10th, 2020, the board, as part of the budget, the board approved the $1 million for the 2021 program to fund the continuation of the program for the 4th year. We opened the application period on November 6, 2020, and that went through 5 p.m. on December 7th, 2020. On November 9th, 2020, the budget and debt management staff with grant consultant Shelley Willis presented a 90-minute workshop providing details about the program and addressed questions from the audience of over 200 attendees. This is the 2nd year we've done these workshops, and they've been very, very popular, and I think they've helped improve the quality of the grant application significantly, so that's been a real positive thing. On December 7th, 2020, we received 227 applications. That's pretty typical. We receive a lot of applications requesting an aggregate of $10.1 million in county assistance. That's also pretty typical. We typically receive in that area of requests. As we've done in the past, we convene subject expert panels, and this says currently reviewing, but actually their reviewing is complete. And they've reviewed the grant proposals in the areas that are outlined there. In arts and culture, 59 applications. Community development services, 45 applications. Economic or workforce development, 36 applications. And health and human services, 87 applications. February 1st through 10th, as I said, the subject matter panel experts convened, and they actually completed their work in ranking all of the applications. Then on February 19th, that information was provided to the TOT grant review panel, which is comprised of 2 of your members, Supervisor Desmond, and Supervisor Kennedy, along with chiefs of staff from the other 3 districts. And that panel met to review the applications and made a few changes to the recommendations from the panel and approved the awards for the those that are going to receive it based on the merit ranking. So basically, as your board knows, what you've agreed to do with this program is take the $1 million, split it into 2 pots. $500,000 that will be awarded based on the rankings, and $500,000 $100,000 per district that can be awarded by members of the board to organizations that submitted proposals and were ranked at a score of more than 20. Basically, that's the minimum score that they needed to meet in order to be awarded. And so those are made by the board, regardless of the actual ranking, as long as it's above 20. And then the rest were awarded by the merits. Out of the applications, the panel approved awarding 24 projects and basically at half the amount requested. And as you'll know, every year, because we receive so much in funding, every year the subject matter panels have recommended, and the grant review evaluation committee has recommended, and your board has agreed to fund most of the projects at a reduced level. The minimum amount that could be requested is $10,000, maximum is $100,000. And the general view of the subject matter panels and the review panel and your board has been better to fund as many as possible. And so they've awarded it half. And one of the things that we do as part of the process is we make that clear up front to the organizations that are applying for funding, and we specifically ask them to identify what they would do differently, how they would adjust their proposal in the event that it was awarded less than 100%. So we know that going in, the panels know that going in, and take that into account when they look at what is being recommended for funding. That will be coming back to you along with the recommendations from each of your districts, and I know you're still considering those, but that will be coming back to the board in March. We're right now got contracts out for review and signature to those ones that are going to be awarded based on merit, and we'll do the same with the ones that you choose to award out of district funds. Mentioned the panel is comprised of 2 board members. And that is essentially where we are right now. Really just here to answer any questions that you may have about the process we use this year. You'll notice that we do attach the policies that were approved. Those have been the same policies for the last couple of years now. When we come back for the next cycle, the review panel has already made developed some recommendations for some revisions of those policies, and when we come back for the next cycle later in a year or so, we'll be making those recommendations to you for your consideration. Again, happy to answer any questions.
I want to thank those that served on the review panel. I think it was Supervisor Kennedy and Desmond and all the rest of the chiefs, and I know it's not an easy thing to do, so we all appreciate it. And I want to thank you for including in your conversations with the applicants that the challenge we have so many more applications than money. So that's appreciated, because that is the reality I know from my district. And at this time, Supervisor Natoli has some comments.
Yep. Thank you, Britt. Just a couple of notes I wanted to make. One, certainly to echo what Chair has said, thanking you and all the folks that have worked on this, certainly our panelists. I know Shelley Willis has been engaged to assist over the last few years, but certainly leadership in your office and folks that work directly on behalf of the county, and I appreciate that. I've had a chance to look through the binder. I know you give us a pretty short turnaround relative to the designated funds, and I guess we're going to do our best to try to have some recommendations by Friday of this week. But I want to thank you for the outreach. I know that you did some introductory workshops, or at least invited folks to learn more about the process, and invited folks to then participate by making applications, and so thank you for that. One of the things I did note, though, as I read through the summaries, and I haven't had a chance to go through all the applications, but that in a couple of instances, the panels that looked at it said that they thought that the application should have been in a different category, and I don't know if that counted against their score or not. And again, I don't know if that's totally relevant, but as we put these in different, in the 4 categories that were outlined here, I did note that, and so maybe that's a takeaway for next year too. Both in our structure, people, they make their choice about what category they apply for. In some cases, a couple of them made multiple applications of relatively small amounts under the same category. I think one category and another. So I don't know if that's something that, as a takeaway from a staff perspective, and maybe you can comment on it, Britt. I mean, I don't know how close you are to all that, but I would hope that wouldn't count against them in the score. But some of the categories have more competition in them as it relates to certainly just the general $500,000 lump sum. So I appreciate hearing your thoughts on that.
And it's been an issue really from the start of the program, and you're right, we do allocate basically an equal amount of money to each of the categories, right. So it does actually impact that. Our position all along has been we've left it to the applicants to self-select rather than us try and sort of impose our judgment on that. But as you're right, we do notice that in fact The applicants sometimes pick areas that we would not have picked,
Yeah.
and the review panels note that as well. Another area where, frankly, where we also rely on their self-selection is when they indicate what district is served, what area is served. In some cases, they may be in a particular district, but they actually provide services countywide. But again, we let them sort of pick that. But yeah, we will look at that. We look at that every year. It's just always this balance between how much do we want to sort of, challenge their selection of where they think they belong. But it is an issue that we've faced every year, and
Yeah.
we'll look at it again.
Okay, and again, I know you will provide the critique, I guess, upon request as a part of the conclusion of the process. And I think that if that's included in there, then that may be key to folks who, again, a lot of these are very small nonprofits who, they've got a volunteer or others. And again, that's why the workshops were important, to help
Right.
them understand that this isn't a daunting process, but it certainly requires some attention to detail and some calls on their part. The other thing I just wanted to note too, because certainly over the years I've made the point about money flowing from the transient occupancy tax fund into the general fund in substantial amounts going back probably 20 years ago or more, but certainly even in recent times because it's a general fund account. But this year, because of COVID and the pandemic and so forth, actually general fund dollars, for the first time that I can recall, and maybe there's been other instances, I don't think so, has actually flowed from the general fund into this. And so that relationship, albeit, again, I'll be very honest, I contested that over the years because I felt too much might be going to other things. But nonetheless, this year, had it not been for that infusion of the dollars in the pool coming back to the TOT fund, there probably would not have been sufficient dollars to fund those things that we have some obligations to, some debt obligations and so forth, but also, I think, to allow for this program to move forward. And I trust that may be a consideration that will have to be in the budget as we look at it in the June timeframe for the 21-22 budget. But I did want to note that, into the credit certainly of staff. Obviously, this board approved that budget, but I wanted to note that. That's a worthy note. So, okay, thanks. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to say thank you to Tina and Britt and the whole staff that worked on this. Britt says how arduous it was for the committee, but I can tell you it's not anymore. When I first started doing this, it was, but I think over the years we have turned this into a process that works so much better. And so therefore, I really want to thank the review panel who does the heavy lifting. Mm-hmm. I mean, we come in and say, those are really smart people. and we kind of, make a few tweaks here and there, but it's such a different process than it was when I first started. And it's so much smoother. Nothing's perfect. When you're handing out, a small amount of money to a whole bunch of people who are looking for it and need it, it's always difficult, but the process gets better every year. To Supervisor Natoli's point, I know Supervisor Natoli was the one, I believe, who originally, before my time, was the advocate for doing a TOT process like this. And I think, I thank you so much for championing that. Maybe we need to look at, because of your points, not calling it the TOT program anymore if it's going to have to be fluid. It's just confusing, but that's just one more minor tweak that I would look at. The big one, and I will repeat what Britt said, and Supervisor Desmond's already heard me pontificate on it, and as did his predecessor, and that's that I hate the project area that's as evaluation. It's just so misleading. I was looking at the discretionary funds, and I will have mine in by the end of the day on Friday. But I was looking at, where, I wanted to put District 2 discretionary funds out of this program, and, a good portion of them are listed as District 1. Because that's where most of your nonprofit offices are. That's where they're located. But there's services everywhere, And if you looked at it, man, Phil, you should get it all. So it's just every time we go through this, gymnastics of looking at where these. Again, I always use the example, Fairy Tale Town. okay, it's in District 2, but you can't tell me it's a District 2 asset. And so it's just, that's a big one for me that somehow I hope we can overcome in the future. But I don't want to, end on a sour note, because really everybody who participated in this program prior to it coming to us really deserves a great deal of credit for doing a whole lot of work on volunteer time. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I too will extend my thanks to everyone, including my two colleagues who spent a good amount of time on this and have made this really a very, I think, equitable exercise that we go through each year to be thoughtful about the distribution of scarce discretionary funds here at the county. But to Supervisor Kennedy's last point about which I understand and completely agree. When nonprofits list as their HQ address, a location in one district, but perhaps their services don't even amount to much in the area where their offices may be located. Depends on what they're doing. Perhaps in the future, there's an opportunity to have the folks interested in competing for these grant funds provide some kind of geographic information. Maybe, I don't know if it's a map that shows, generally where their services are provided, but perhaps, again, to give the panel a better idea of where their focus is geographically in the county. That might be something that could provide even more information and data relative to, again, a very thoughtful process. So, something to think about.
I agree. All good thoughts. I have no one else queued up, so thank you very much for the update, Britt.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next item, please.
Okay. And you did not have any public comments for item 1, and you have no comments for off agenda. Would it be okay to close those queues?
It would. Thank you.
Okay.
Very
thank you.
much.
Okay. And then for item 2, this is the workshop, review and approve the County of Sacramento Library Facilities Master's Plan. We also have it's a consultant, and Ms. Rivka Sass is going to be joining us on a conference call.
Good morning, Chair Frost, members of the board. Jeff Gasway with General Services. Today before you, we have for your consideration, and review and consideration, is the County Facilities Library Master Plan. It's a draft. On November 5th, 2019, the board approved a contract with Group 4 Architecture Research and Planning to commence work on the county master plan encompassing 13 libraries. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Dawn Marks with Group 4. She's an AIA and LEED certified principal with Group 4 Architecture. Dawn, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Hi, Dawn.
Hello. Hello, everybody. So good morning. Again, my name is Dawn Marcus, principal with Group 4. If we could go to slide 2, please. Group 4 is thrilled to be working with the county again. We've worked with the county probably over 20 years. Very pleased to be assisting with the libraries, preparing and presenting the facility master plan today. Group 4 is national planners for libraries as well as designers, and really thrilled again to be presenting the work that we've been doing for about 14 months now. If you go to the next slide, on the agenda slide, what we'll be presenting is giving you an overview of our schedule and our process, sharing with you the system vision and guiding principles, reviewing our assessments and the opportunities, presenting the planning targets, as well as the plans for new facilities, and reviewing with you the recommendations. If we go to the next slide. Our project schedule, as I mentioned, about 14 months, began in November 2020. There were some delays because of COVID. It included 7 core project team meetings, which included county representatives as well as working very closely with Sacramento Public Library representatives. We toured all the facilities. We conducted stakeholder interviews, which included the park and recreation departments, county and city planners, school districts, the YMCA, and also a meeting with Folsom Library. We conducted 2 workshops, which included the core project team, as well as additional members from Sacramento Public Library, as well as other county leaderships and the county planners. We conducted an online community survey in August to September 2020. Unfortunately, the other public engagement that was scheduled to happen had to not happen due to COVID. Next slide, please. So we should be on slide 5 as we look at the system vision and guiding principles. Sacramento Public Library's strategic plan goals are to engage the community, create a culture of customer service, foster learning and discovery, manage resources efficiently. In terms of the community priorities, what we heard from the community on the online survey, as well as from the system teen advisory board, and the many, many conversations the library conducted through the Harwood conversations. What we heard from the teens was, or the community, was a need for space to read, work, as well as gather. The Teen Advisory Board really liked the spaces the library has added to their branches for the teen spaces. And from the community, it was really a need for space for a variety of different age groups, kind of a space for everyone in the library. And additionally, the communities would like spaces, collections, artwork to reflect the unique community culture of each branch. As we go to the next slide, in terms of the assessment, it is a high-performing library system. It has a popular high-circulating collection where each material on average circulates more than 5 times a year. Very, very popular programs. In 1 year, 3,500 programs attended by over 78,000 attendees, which included multilingual story times, technology, arts and crafts, 3D printing, teen programs, homework help, as well as things like blood pressure clinics. Community is first responder. The library really is an essential service, and it's really important to understand that during COVID, the things that they provided to the community were so helpful, from curbside pickup to virtual programming to providing Wi-Fi hotspots to communities who have a challenge in being connected, and much, much more. Important also to note that some of these services are actually going to continue past COVID. So as we go to the next slide, Slide 7, as we look at the facilities and their assessments, they're very well maintained and well located facilities. In terms of buildings, they're kind of entering their golden years, so they are 34 years old on average. But one of the good news is that excuse the call there, the renovation of the facilities on average is only 6 years. They all have an average range of spaces, generally have a low FCI, and generally been kept in excellent condition. One of the things that is being incorporated in new facilities are the AMHs, automated handling systems. When you look at the next slide, on slide 8, you can see the opportunities for the network. It's a very successful network of libraries. They're well located, accessible branches. As you look at the map on the bottom left of this slide, you can actually see where people live relative to which branch they use. And you can see that generally all the populated areas in the county have lots of dots located and have a lot of overlap in terms of color coding from branch to location where people live. Your community is very mobile. All of the service areas have a nice overlap. The one exception here is if you look where we've drawn the red dot or the dashed circle ellipse to the bottom right here in the east. This is the vineyard area in southeast of Rancho Cordova. There's a growing population here, and there's no facilities. And so that's one of the things we'll cover in our recommendations here, is that new facilities need to be located where there's additional population coming into the library. Next slide, please. As we're looking at planning targets for the library, it's really important that we provide great space for people, programs, and collection. Full-service libraries are really essential in order to provide those types of services and programs. Your full-service libraries are your branches that are over 12,000 square feet, and they include Carmichael, North Highlands Antelope, Arcade, Rancho Cordova, Sylvan Oaks, Fair Oaks, Southgate, and Ardendemic. Your collection is generally very well merchandised in terms of presentation and very easy to browse. So if we go to the next slide, slide 10, as I mentioned, one of the things the plan is recommending is new facilities, and we're recommending that they be a minimum size of 12,000 square feet in order to provide that full array of services from places to sit, the collection, group study, teen space, children's space, the technology, as well as the additional collection space. The system criteria that we're recommending is that these branches be located in new or expanded service areas, that they serve this growing population, that they're accessible, and that you're able to provide sustainable operations. When we're looking at specific sites, the criteria is that they be well located relative to where the community lives as well as the other branches, and that they be accessible to at-risk communities, sized to provide a full range of service, prominently located in high-traffic areas that can be easily accessed by vehicles or alternative transportation modes, as well as public transit. Next slide, please. So slide 11. In terms of our summary of recommendations, what we're looking at is focusing on enhanced customer experience, optimizing efficient use of space, exploring partnership opportunities, and adding capacity where necessary. So our improvement types, as we see them on the bottom of the slide here, are that we have minor renovation and or expansion, major renovation and or expansion, that we replace or build new, and then along the bottom you'll see the gray code, which is for maintaining. If we go to the next slide, slide 12, and we look across your system map and we look at the recommendations for each branch, we'll start at the top left where we have the maintain category. And for Orangevale, we are recommending maintain. This facility is actually being expanded as we speak and is not complete and open to the public yet, so it should be new and good to go. As we're looking at the major renovations and our expansions, this includes, the minor renovations and our expansions. This includes North Highlands Antelope, Rio Linda, Arcade, Carmichael, Southgate, and Sylvan Oaks. Things that are included in this category is like for the Rio Linda Library, actually looking at adding a program to this library. It's a very functional library, about 8,000 square feet, but if it could have a program room, it would just provide a lot more capacity and opportunity for that branch. Moving on to the major renovation and or expansion category, we have Fair Oaks, Rancho Cordova, Portland, and Walnut Grove. And then where we have replace or build new, we have Ardendemic, Vineyard, and a second Rancho Cordova branch. So both Vineyard and Rancho Cordova, kind of to the southeast of Rancho Cordova, are new populations, areas where you've had infill of population and the facilities haven't been provided yet to serve those populations. And so those are the recommended new branches. The replace or build new is being recommended for Ardendemic. In terms of the site, it's an excellent site. It's just laid out extremely challenging, and the building itself is extremely challenging. Not only is it aged, its original plan really limits the flexibility and ability to serve the community through it. And so that's why that's a recommendation for it to be replaced. And then with the next slide, that concludes our summary presentation, and I think we are happy to answer any questions as they come up.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli has some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some general questions. I have some specific ones, and thank you, Dawn, and your team, and certainly to Mr. Gassaway and the folks that worked on from the county side. First, as it relates to the report, and we got some supplemental information to the board. Thank you for that based upon our briefings. And I guess I'm curious, when you bring a master plan to us, and I don't know if it was a decision by staff or if it was consultants in cooperation with our staff, why we wouldn't have in the draft report the estimated costs. There's a reference to it on page 33 of your report that talks about due to rapidly, is a paragraph, fourth paragraph down, talks about rapidly changing conditions, and that a memorandum was provided, capital budget models, which we now have a copy of, were provided separately to the county and Sacramento Public Library. To me, that's very relevant to the conversation that initiated this master plan. And so I guess why, again, I'll just say, if I hadn't read that paragraph and asked for it, it would not have been provided. So why was it exempted from this report?
That was an oversight on my part. It wasn't intentional by any means. One of the additions that I'd like to add to this, and one of the changes, is add that as an attachment to the report.
Absolutely, Jeff. I appreciate that. It needs to be. And I think the other reference here that's important, because it goes back to the opening statement on page 28 about building new libraries, where it talks about traditional methods of financing libraries, and it talks about 3 funding measures in the middle of the page that are extremely challenging at this time, since the county does not have excess money in the general fund. I don't think that's ever historically ever been excess money in the general fund, but it talks about some of the funding challenges, maybe as a tax measure or a state bond measure. But there are monies, and again, thank you for forwarding the information. As is well known to members of this board, and I think certainly generally known to county staff, that there's a countywide library fund, obviously working in concert with the public libraries, and we actually have financing plans that don't provide sufficient money. That was part of the, at least from my view, the impetus for doing the master plan is to look at strategies for either renovating and or building new. And so I think that information, Jeff, needs to be, again, it's point in time, but that needs to be referenced clearly in the report. So anybody picks this up, a year from now, 5 years from now, that they know that those funding sources were identified at the time, and they may be expended because projects are undertaken or whatever, but that needs to be clearly a part of the report, at least in my view. So I think, as you say, as an attachment, but I'm not so sure that there shouldn't be a section in here. Again, it will lose currency over time, but that ought to be included in the report. And so again, I maybe ask you and Dawn, again, obviously having worked on this together, about the appropriate placement of that. But I think it's important for reference as well as considerations for budget. So
We'll make that change.
Okay. Well, thank you on that. So I wanted to go to, and again, I think the body of work has done is complementary to the facility assessment. And again, I know that General Services undertook that. There's a report by Kitchell that got blended in here relative to the facility conditions, and I think it's certainly a credit, as mentioned by the preparers of the report. Credit to the county, certainly to your leadership, Jeff, and that of your department in maintaining facilities that in some cases are 40 years old or older, but have maintained them in a way that I think comports with the expectations by the public, and certainly working with Rivka Sass and her staff at the library relative to facility needs that come up, and obviously things wear out, and replacing roofs. I know it was mentioned that Sylvan Library is in need of a new roof. And I'll just say, when I first came to the county, the Fair Oaks Library was a brand new facility. Now we're 40 plus years later, and it's a facility that obviously needs, and going to need some investment over time. But we've done a good job in that respect. But when it comes to the Vineyard Library, and this is, again, kind of buried in the recommendations, and I'm glad this is a draft report, because we talk about two different approaches there relative to leasing and to actually building on site. And you've given us, again, in the supplementary information, some idea what those costs are associated with leasing versus building. But we do own, as noted, almost a 5-acre site. Well located. This board, and certainly the library board, spent time talking about it a few years ago when we acquired the site at the southeast corner of Gerber and Bradshaw Road, which actually is in District 2, but right on the boundary between District 2 and District 5. And, the whole idea there is to get a new library. And I think the report points out growing population there, as well as obviously in the Anatolia area and area where Cordova Hills is and so forth. A lot of that's within the city of Ranch Cordova, so I think there's potentially a natural partner there going forward. But when I look at the report, again, page 60, again, if we adopt this master plan, then the language here, I think, is important, because it says, go to page 61, where it talks about the lease option. It says the current recommendation for the new Vineyard branch is the second option, lease a facility or space for the new branch. Now, I guess my question is, whose recommendation is that?
I think it was a collaborative recommendation based on what we're seeing in the construction market and availability of space. What we went through with the Orangeville Library, just the experience of trying to build the Orangeville Library, and we ended up expanding the lease space.
Right.
So. Okay,
but taking into account what's on the preceding page, but also I think the effort that's been put in over the years to secure a location, obviously it'll require site development. You have a natural partner in Southgate there, and I don't know if there were, I saw they participated in some of the discussions, but a 5-acre site would provide sufficient space for, certainly what was costed out here, the 25,000 square foot, primary library, but talk about the minimum of 12,500 square feet. And we've had some discussion at the Library Authority about this. But I'll just say that may be the recommendation from staff and from the consultant, but I think it needs to be, from a policy perspective, it needs to be talked about. We own a site. That is more centrally located in the Vineyard area. Population growth hasn't really reached, all of that area that's yet undeveloped there. And certainly Gerber and Elk Grove Florin, but I'm not really interested in putting the library next to the Walmart Center. That's my view. Not because it's necessarily a bad location, but I just, that's closer to Southgate. It's 2 miles to the west. And there's other references in here about, populations that are served by Elk Grove Library, by the Southgate Library. And so, if we were to adopt this as it currently is, I guess the board would then bless it and say that that's what we agreed to. And frankly, we need to have a conversation. It's a board decision about whether we would want to pursue building on a site that we currently own, and the costs associated with that, and or leasing a facility. And there's no available facility out there. There are commercial centers that are proposed, and Walmart was the first store to go in out there. But outside of that, there's a lot of vacant commercial space. And so I think we need to talk about that. And frankly, I guess, I think this master plan goes back to the important point that the finance piece says about this, is we have a developer fee in place, and unless we find a other mechanism, we're going to chase this forever. There'll never be enough money, because the lease has ongoing costs as well. And so when we look at our county facilities, the ones we own, the ones we maintain, obviously in Orangeville, we settled on a lease there. I'd have to be convinced otherwise that it's not prudent for us, again, taking into consideration size and all the various amenities you want to build into a site, but where we own 5 acres at the corner of Gerber and Bradshaw, and you're going to have a population in that Vineyard area that's going to be 30,000 plus people over time, and on a major corridor that I would ask that, and maybe Ann, this is for you in talking with our staff, as we look at other facility needs, and I don't know that this county will be in a position to bond for capital facilities, but it would seem to me that libraries and the investment, I'd hate to take those precious dollars that have to go to renovation as much as I'd like to and want to see a library in Vineyard. But that may be the course of action where we own this site, build a library there, and look to our partners, potentially Southgate as being one of the partners out there, for some joint use that can make sense. And the city did that, obviously with some bond money, the city of Sacramento a few years ago, and they co-located at least one of those. One was close to a school, the other one was right next to a park in the Valley High, North Laguna area. And so I think that, this warrants a lot more discussion, and I'm not, for one, not willing to embrace the idea that lease is the best option. It may have a lesser cost by order of magnitude of millions of dollars going into it, but I think that there's, an opportunity here to have what the consultant said, essential services. Libraries are, a heart of a community along with schools. And, folks out there, as they've bought homes and so forth, the expectation is they're going to have something that they can, call their library that'll serve populations of all ages and so forth. And so the choice was a conscious one to locate at that crossroads. And I guess before this gets put into any final format, again, that may be the recommendation of staff. I respect that. But from my perspective, I'm not willing to embrace that to say that the lease is the best way to go. And I'd like to look at an early delivery on a library, recognizing there are a whole lot of components that go into the financing one, but also obviously with the library system and staffing a new library facility. So again, I'm not trying to be critical as much as I want to move the conversation to where we, kind of left it, my view, about 2.5 years ago when we were talking, when the general fund was a little more robust and we weren't facing, the effects of a pandemic and so forth. But we're never going to just build this on developer fee and the money that comes in from from some of the sources that have been identified here. So I'm really interested, particularly in the Vineyard area, of advancing that. That's it, solely in the unincorporated area, and I think it's important that we look to build a library there.
So I had some of the same concerns that you had, Supervisor Natoli, with this, because we do own property out there. There are options that we can explore with a developer to build something, and we would lease it back and retain the land.
Right.
So we still need to explore those options. There are options. I agree the Walmart's probably not the best place to put it, and that's the closest retail that we have.
Exactly.
So there are options that we can explore, including building or, going out to an RFP and asking somebody to build it and lease it back. So we still need to explore all of those options. We can change the verbiage on the recommendation in here. We can go back and come back to the board at a later date. And again, this was just to have a discussion about the master plan.
No, that's good. I appreciate it. Again, but I wanted to, they know I've certainly given some thought to it. And, as I've talked to folks, they know the library is still a ways off. And again, Supervisor Kennedy and I, share portions of the Vineyard area. But I think the opportunity is there. Again, you might explore, as I said, if you had a development partner, whether it's in another public sector like Southgate or someone else, or certainly, you have a commercial partner that could build a space, and then you could, have it at least that would, soften some of the, costs going in initially of having to, plunk down, $20+ million to do that. But we've secured the land, and I think that's where, in my view, the flag has been planted for a new library, and we ought to stick to that. So. Ann, were you going to say something? Okay. All right. That's what I had, Madam Chair, for this point. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. I did have a couple of questions and comments. First thing I kind of wanted to mention, because this is an important conversation that Supervisor Natoli has brought up. And we did, I know what Jeff is talking about with the Orangeville Library. We spent a lot of time actually, I think I read the JPA agreement probably 6 times, the Library Authority JPA, to try to figure out what our options were. And thank goodness for Britt and Rob Leonard, who were the brains who helped me see the path on options, and also Rivka Sass, who was the CEO of the Library Authority. But in the end, it ended up being that if we were to build a new building, then we would acquire all of the responsibilities associated with all the costs associated with the building. But if we continued with the lease, then the library authority would. It made a difference in the cost benefit ratio. It made a huge difference, and I actually had to go back to the community and say, we're going to have to adjust our expectations, because this is the only way this is going to happen. Because if we wait for bond money, we could wait for a lifetime. So maybe in the library master plan, we could leave it open to what are our best options in that location. Because if there is a developer that is building it and we can lease from them, or, different options emerge as time changes. We never know what kind of funding will open up for libraries. So maybe that's the way to approach the master plan, so that it can, I think that's what you were suggesting, right, Jeff?
Yes, that's what I was suggesting, is to open up that option. Remember, this master plan, it's my theory on master plans. I saw the original master plan for county facilities. It was 6-inch binders, like 3 or 4 of them, is to have something thin that or that's workable, that we can review on an annual basis, because we all know that with the economy and COVID, things change, so we need to adjust and adapt quickly. So that's why a smaller master plan that you can adjust quickly is better. So I would agree with that statement.
And also, how can we work with the library authority? Because we're working with all the different jurisdictions, and what can work with the amount of money that we have for all the jurisdictions to keep the whole system whole is every bit as important as every single library. So, and I think every one of the members on the board feel that way. So, because libraries are so important. So anyway, I wanted to just mention that. And I also wanted to ask if in this master plan, when you're talking about, I don't know what page this is, when you're talking about, it's on attachment 1, it's talking about the branch facility condition, and you're listing Sylvan Oaks in there as 19%, which under your category of, Kitchell's FCI interpretation, 19% would fall in a poor condition. But Sylvan was just remodeled, and so I'm not understanding why Sylvan isn't listed as
I believe
NA.
There's a reference to Sylvan. I'd have to find it.
There's a reference in your item that
replacing the roof.
Is
Yes.
it exterior, or is there something wrong with Sylvan?
So the facility, the FCI is based on the overall facility, not just the refresh. So it's the infrastructure, the roof, the electrical, the HVAC,
It's an old building.
the whole building.
Okay.
So once the roof is replaced, that FCI will change.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I just was wondering about that. And then the last thing I wanted to ask was on, can the library authority, can this master plan merge with the library authority so they can benefit by this? Have they been working all along with us so that this can benefit us on that side as well?
So when we started out, we put together a core team with staff from the county executive's office, general services, and the Sacramento Public Library Authority. This plan was developed, and Rivka, if you're online, on the phone, this plan was developed to be able to mold with their overall library plan. So
You're so good. Thank you.
That is, good morning, everyone. This is Rivka, and Jeff is absolutely right. As we develop a more holistic facilities master plan for the entire library authority, this is a key component of it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all my questions. And Supervisor Natoli.
I'm sorry, just to kind of follow on as it relates to how you might find sufficient money to do some of the things that are outlined in the master plan. I think I referenced it brief in my comments, but I want to come back to it because it'll be something this board will have to entertain probably in the fairly near term. And that is that if we're looking to bond for other facilities, and there are some specifics behind that certainly I think we're all well aware of, that, and we look at certificates of participation or some other mechanism, it would seem to me that would be timely, that this county hasn't built a new library in probably close to 25 years, and whether we choose to, partner to build or some of these renovations, we're still chasing the dollars here, but we do have some dollars available, and I think that's a positive thing. So I guess what I would like us, and again, maybe it's more than just your department, Jeff, but maybe Ann working with our finance folks, that maybe there's the ability to, again, it'll be limited, it's not unlimited, but to build a package. If we're going to go out to the bond market potentially for other facility needs, these are community amenities, and whether building or rebuilding or major renovations, and some of those can be accomplished obviously under our annual budgets and by prioritizing. I'd like to have us have that conversation as a part of that, to look at how we might build that in, because there is some revenue stream behind the development fee that could repay and be an obligation. Again, it's not certain as to with building permits and so forth, but there are some dollars here that could assist in that regard, either to stand up to be a part of the overall and or going forward to help with retirement. Obviously, we take on debt, and so I don't know what we're looking at relative to going to the bond market, but I know that conversation's happening in that regard. So I'd like to have libraries as a part of that, and maybe there's some other things too that board members would like to have a conversation. Again, can't get too big, and we have limited capacity, and we got to have a way to pay it back. But otherwise, we'll chase inflation, and we'll chase the dollars, and it's going to be, I don't say it's impossible, because nothing's impossible. It's going to be very difficult to get there anytime soon. So maybe this is an opportunity with low interest rates. Obviously construction costs are up, but maybe we can find a way to build some of them dollars into that. So I'd like to have us take a look at that. One other question I was going to ask a moment ago, though, you mentioned you went to the city of Folsom. Was there a reason why we didn't talk with folks in the city of Ileton or city of Galt? I know those are lease facilities are arranged with the cities, but why just Folsom and not with, and again, Citrus Heights could be the same thing, or Rancho Cordova when you talk about the southeast area. So did we not talk with those cities about facilities either that are existing, that are leased, or but through the library authority? I'm curious what happened there.
I don't recall.
Jeff, yeah. So Dawn jumping in here.
Yeah.
Marcus, yes, we did talk to those other cities. We just specifically called out Folsom because of the new branch southeast of Rancho Cordova.
Oh, okay. So that's why you're talking about with Folsom there. And did you talk to, because actually that branch shows, at least on the map, would be physically located with the stars at it anyway in the city of Rancho Cordova. In fact, the location you described is in the city of Rancho Cordova, the International Drive at Rancho Parkway. So,
right.
Okay, but
right. It was just, but we did have those other conversations as well. You're correct.
Okay, and so with Galt and Ileton, the cities?
Galt and Ileton specifically not, but Citrus Heights we did speak with, and who else did we speak with? I would have to go back. I'm sorry, supervisors.
Dawn, may I help with
Yes.
this one? This is Rivka. Supervisor Natoli, I think this is where the challenge of who owns what buildings comes in, because at the time the direction that we all received from the county executive's office was that this was about the county-owned buildings. And so that's where, when we finish the facilities master plan from the library's perspective, we're Switzerland. We just want to serve everybody in the county. I think all of this will come together, and Jeff Gathaway and the county staff have been great, and they really understand the challenges that we all face as we work with the city of Elk Grove, as we work with the city of Galt, as we talk with Ileton. So that will come out in the rest of the plan that is in the process of being developed right now.
Oh, okay.
And we're piggybacking on with Group 4. That was a board action on the Library Authority side several months ago, sometime in 2020, I recall. So I think it will all come together. It's just that it's being treated a little bit separately right now.
Okay, so that will be blended to Supervisor Frost's comments a little earlier. That will this master plan reflect at least that supplemental information?
Right. And then in terms of Ileton, the different jurisdictions on the buildings, that particular where we operate the Ileton
It's on the
Library
school
is
district.
owned by the River Delta School District. Right.
Right.
So,
Okay. Well, and maybe that's worthwhile pointing out. Again, the library authority certainly, has separate authorities as it relates to library operations and some of those, arrangements. But again, I think this obviously focus is on county-owned sites. But I do think that information, again, so that person go to a single source at some point in time when that work is completed, and again, it may not be under direct authority of this board. I do think it's important information to include. So, okay, I appreciate that. Thanks. That's all I have.
we absolutely agree. And in the case of, I like to think that the library makes it look fairly easy, despite how complicated it is with all of the different jurisdictions owning or providing the spaces for us to operate.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I guess my question is probably best directed at Don, who's on the line. But given the presentation and the fact that it seemed to me there was a lot of stress on growing population and what the relationship is and what it should be in terms of facility expansion in those areas where population has grown recently or it's expected in the near or distant future. That's certainly one way to gauge facility needs, and not just for library facilities, but for all kinds of public works. But I would say that libraries are a bit different, maybe a great bit different than typical public facilities, especially given the fact that I think libraries today versus 30 years ago serve different purposes. It's not just accessing books; it's accessing the internet. It's accessing programming. And so my question is this: was there any consideration or assessment that went into the draft master plan, not just relative to population growth, but what I would call library deserts, where you have disadvantaged communities, especially that perhaps rely on library services more than just growing suburbs. So I don't know that perhaps there's some background on that's not presented in the PowerPoint, but I'm very interested in understanding if that was part of the consideration here, because for me that's an important thing for this board and for the library authority to be thinking about.
Very, very good question. So this is Dawn Merkis with Group 4. This master plan probably went more in depth in looking at your facilities and their current locations in relationship to at-risk populations and areas that the county is currently focusing on. We work extremely closely with your county planners and used a lot of their evaluation for the EPA maps for your at-risk communities. And we were just thrilled when we looked at that analysis and we looked at the criteria and we evaluated your current sites and their locations. And so I kind of went over that very quickly when we looked at the facilities map. I think that was showing you the locations of the branches as well as where patrons are using them. So we did look in depth at that, not just by ourselves, but with the assistance of your county planners in our workshops with them. Very, very well located facilities, very close, very supportive, as well as currently partnering. A lot of your libraries are partnering with other service providers to support those communities. And so I did quickly go over that. I think the location, the access, the public transit, really the system in itself is to be highly commended on where your current facilities are located for their access, partnerships, and support for at-risk communities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. I don't have anyone else in the queue, and I'm not sure if we have any public comments on this item.
We do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, and I'm not sure if Rivka was going to wish to speak as well. Rivka?
Oh, thank you, Supervisor Frost. I think at this point, you've given us, I took pretty copious notes, and I think the Board of Supervisors has given us a lot of food for thought as we move into the next phase of the facilities master plan that looks systemically at, all of the libraries. And I also want to say, I think there are some opportunities, if everybody's open to discussing them, to really thinking about, as both Supervisor Cerna and Supervisor Natoli talked about, what's best and where for the community. Certainly on the city side, we have true library deserts, but we also know that we have those on the county side as well. And I think the Arden Dimmock Library is one of those areas where if we could rethink that, we're serving everybody in the community. And I know we're well aware of the boundaries between city and county, but that's a location, for example, that is used by a lot of people from different areas of our community. And we have, I think when we work on the facilities master plan from the library side, we want to demonstrate where our users are and what libraries they use, because I think you'll be a little bit surprised at that information. So this is great for us, and I really want to thank Dawn for the presentation. It was good to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Rivka, and I also want to thank Dawn and Group 4 and everybody who worked on the library master plan. The agenda item is asking us to approve the master plan, but it kind of looks like there's a little bit more work and some guidance moving forward. So I think, do we need, I don't know if we need a motion to continue it or if we can just give you that guidance. And
I would move that we certainly accept the information presented today. I think taking into account all the board comments, and since this is a draft, rather than put, I think, bless the draft, I think certainly Jeff has responded, and others, Rivka and others, to have them go back and do the work that I think has been requested here, and come back to us, I guess, for some final adoption in a short amount of time. I mean, I don't know what the turnaround time is, but I imagine we could have this back in a couple of months.
Yeah, we should be able to get this back in front of you in a couple months.
Okay, so that would be the motion, is to move this to, what would you suggest, Ann? May? Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Second.
okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Natoli and a second by Supervisor Cerna. Please vote.
It is a unanimous vote.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, next item, please.
Item number 3 is you're acting as the Board of Supervisors and Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento. Retroactive authorization to apply for and accept COVID-19 Tenant Relief Act funding in the amount of $33,228,384 from the State Department of Housing and Community Development and Emergency Rental Assistance Program funding in the amount of $30,874,446 from the United States Department of the Treasury for a total amount of $64,104,830.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ethan Dye, Acting Director, Department of Human Assistance. I'm in chambers with Sarah O'Daniel, Deputy Executive Director, Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. On December 27, 2020, the President signed into law the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2021, which included $900 billion in supplemental appropriations for COVID-19 relief. The appropriations included $25 billion in funding through the United States Department of Treasury for the new Emergency Rental Assistance Program, or ERAP, to provide funds for the payment of rental arrears, utility cost arrears on behalf of eligible households. On January 5th, the Treasury sent notification to eligible jurisdictions of the ERAP program funds with an application date no later than January 12th. The department applied for fundings on January 11th. January 28th, the California legislature passed the Tenant Relief Act to extend eviction protections through June 30th, 2021, with an expression of intent due by February 12th. The department applied for funding on February 11th. I am here this morning to ask for your retroactive authorization to apply for and accept $30.9 million in ERAP funding from the United States Department of Treasury and approximately $33.2 million from the Tenant Relief Act for a total of just over $64.1 million, as well as your approval to contract with the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency to administer the Sacramento Emergency Rental Assistance, or the SARA program. This request is great news for eligible households that are unable to pay rent and utilities due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I'll now turn over to Sarah O'Daniel to talk about the program administration.
Thank you, Ethan. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for lowering it. Good morning, Chair Frost and members of the board. My name is Sarah O'Daniel, and I'm with the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. Today is a great day as we get one step closer to providing rental assistance to those continue to be impacted by the pandemic and need the essential financial assistance to stay stably housed in our community. Next slide. That's not the slide. To remind you all, in the fall of last year, the board allocated $1.1 million of community development block grant funds, CARES funds, to assist families with rental payments. These funds were available for those in the unincorporated county and the cities of Folsom, Ileton, and Galt. Elk Grove, Citrus Heights, and Rancho Cordova were CDBG entitlement cities and received their own share of block grant funds and decided to implement their own rental assistance programs. The City of Sacramento also allocated a combination of CARES coronavirus funds and CDBG funds totaling $5.4 million to assist city renters to create a total pot of $6.5 million for rental assistance for the region. This was at the end of last year. With very little time to implement the program, we conducted listening sessions throughout the community, opened up our portals for applications in October for a 3-week period. I would like to spend a few minutes to share with you some of the county data for the first phase of the Sacramento Emergency Rental Assistance Program, or SARA. This program is not named after me, but it is very easy for me to remember as I go to share information about the program. We are having some problems with our slides, and so I will just talk you through some of the information. We received around 4,400 applications from both the city and county renters, and of this number, close to 2,500 were county applicants that applied at the end of last year. Oh, I guess it's working now. Here we go. When we set up the program, we wanted to make sure that the program was uniform no matter what funding source was used and which jurisdiction the family lived in. Sometimes our families don't know if they're in the city or in the county, and we wanted to make it very seamless. We also heard from the community that it was important to prioritize families with children and those that are deeply vulnerable and on the cusp of being homeless, or those at 30% of area median income. We also had a limited amount of funds at that time, and so we wanted to make sure that the funds could be utilized and serve as many families as possible. So we had put a cap of $4,000 per household, so we could help as many families. Attached in your packet is some data related to the families we assisted in the unincorporated county and Folsom, Ileton, and Galt, but also in the city of Sacramento. This information can also be found on our website at www.shra.org/SERA. Of the applications processed in the county, 100% of the families were households with children. Again, this was because we had close to 2,500 applicants for $1 million in assistance. So in a nutshell, we had more applicants than we had money available. So all those that were prioritized, which were families with children, came to the top of the list. And of all the families we assisted with county funds, 84% of the families had a median income at 30% of area median income. So for a family of 3, for example, their household income was at or below $23,350. So we definitely were helping extremely low-income families with their rental payments. We also utilized, next slide, please. We also utilized federal categories to identify the race of families. Of those we assisted in the county, 46% were African American households and 25% were white households. Next slide, please. There is a separate category for ethnicity, and 17% of the families indicated they were Hispanic or Latino. Next slide. Regarding age, 48% of the head of households were between the ages of 35 to 54 years of age. This chart shows you the top 10 zip codes that were assisted. You can see the number that applied in blue versus those that were assisted in green. The circled zip codes show the top 3 areas that were severely impacted by the COVID virus and are at the greatest risk of eviction based on data from the Urban Institute. Those 3 zip codes are 95821, which is Eastern Avenue or Watt, south of 80, 95608, which is the Carmichael area, and 95660, which is the North Highlands area.
Excuse me, Sarah, Supervisor Kennedy has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, perfect time to break in with my
I tried
question.
to.
So I guess this one just had me a little bit confused. So I think I need a little more explanation because I can't pick up the newspaper without hearing that 95823 is like the hot spot for COVID-19, but yet it's not circled with. I mean, why? Maybe you could explain how that data is used.
Yes, so some of the data that we looked at was from the Urban Institute, and what they did is that they were measuring the prevalence of low-income renters who are at risk of experiencing housing instability and homelessness, and they sort of had a weighted preference. They weighted 50% for housing instability, so those that are severely rent-burdened and living in poverty. 10% of the families, 10% were for families impacted by COVID, and then 40% was weighted for equity, people of color. So those were the zip codes that came up as the top based on our study.
Okay, so no statistician here by any means. I find that data kind of odd and questionable, but I mean, all of the categories that you're saying, I can't believe that this is accurate, but again, that's more anecdotal than it is scientific. So.
And we will look into that as well.
Thank you.
Are you talking about the incidence of COVID?
No, I'm talking about
that
this,
area?
Well, I mean, that's one of the things that they look at. One of the data points they're looking at is that, but as Sarah said, they're also looking at the proportion of renters that are at risk. They're looking at ethnic background. So all of that.
It could be the COVID shutdown that's more impactful than the incidence of COVID on the rents.
And some of this data also could be a little bit dated as well, because again, things are moving so fast as well. But we will again continue, we will look at the data, and we will make sure that we continue to reach out to those in 95823 as well to make sure we get the funds out to them. Thank you. We do want to also share that 75% of the families requested between $3,000 and $4,000 in assistance, which was the maximum amount provided through Phase 1. Next slide, please. To sum up with Phase 1, with a total of $1 million in the county, we assisted 300 families and 218 unduplicated landlords. As a region, with $6.5 million, we assisted 1,230 families and 780 unduplicated landlords. And the average payment was $3,507. Next slide. I will now transition to discuss the new funds that have been allocated by the federal and state government for rental assistance. As Ethan mentioned, on December 20th, Congress approved and the President signed a $900 billion pandemic relief package, in which $25 billion was allocated to the Department of Treasury to disperse as emergency rental assistance program to local jurisdictions. The county received $30.8 million of federal funds. And then on January 28th of this year, the California legislature passed the COVID-19 Tenant Relief Act, or SB 91, extending the eviction protections through June 30th, 2021, and created a mechanism to deploy $2.6 billion in emergency rental assistance that they received from the Department of Treasury to local jurisdictions to assist tenants and landlords impacted by the virus. Next slide, please. The state gave jurisdictions with populations of over 200,000 three options. The first option was the county provides the state with their federal allocation, and both the state and federal allocations are managed by the state, where they administer the rental assistance program. Or the second option is a self-administered program, where the county receives a state block grant allocation of $33.2 million and administers the federal and state funds consistent with state and federal program requirements. Or the third option, the county self-administers the federal allocation and does not conform the local program to the state requirements. However, the county cannot apply for funds from the state. The state would administer their own program. The county would administer their own program with the federal funds. However, the responsibility to manage the duplication of benefits would rest with the county. The recommendation by county staff was to choose option 2, which gives the county an additional $33.2 million of rental assistance funds, with the caveat, of course, that the programmatic rules of the state must be followed in order to administer both the federal and the state funds. So in total,
I'm sorry, Supervisor Kennedy has a question.
Thank you, Chair. We're going with that, administer the program consistent with state and federal program requirements. I'm seeing that, and I'm jumping ahead just a little bit, but that is relevant to what you just said. Our administrative costs, if I read the attachment correctly, is about 4.27 million SHRA, 641,000 the county. Then the state takes out their carve out of almost $500,000, which is about $5.4 million in administrative costs, or about 8.44%, which frankly isn't, I mean, as far as the government goes, that's not bad. Are those part of the state and federal program requirements? I mean, are they putting caps on administrative costs? And is that what's driving that?
yes, they're all prescribed. So the state did say that they are going to take 1.5% of the administrative costs, even though they're not administering the program at all, but they want to take 1.
California.
Right. So, we're scratching our heads to say, what's the reason for that? However, they are providing 8.5%, and that is prescribed as the maximum that we can get for the state funds. And then for the federal funds, the feds are allowing us to keep 10%.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Sarah. And just on the slide before this slide, I'm just curious. So the cities of Elk Grove, Rancho Cordova, and Elk Grove elected to get their own independent allocation and administer it themselves?
No, that was in the first phase where,
Okay, that's not
but
this
right
phase.
now, they're part of this.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So as mentioned, the city of Sacramento, the county received $64 million between both funding sources. And the city receives $31.6 million. So as a region, we have $95.6 million for rental assistance programs to assist unemployed renters. At a high level, I would like to go over some of the key requirements of the federal and state program. Next slide, please. Next slide. The Department of Treasury set up some basic guidelines that we must follow. We must assist households with a gross household income at or below 80% of area median income at time of application. This is the basic eligibility for the program. So for a family of 3, for example, their gross income cannot be over $62,150 at time of application. Next slide, please. Renter households must have at least one member that is unemployed or has experienced a reduction in household income, incurred significant costs, or experienced a financial hardship due to COVID-19, and the household must demonstrate a risk of being imminently unhoused or facing housing instability. Next slide.
How do they prove, do they have to prove that in writing?
We will be looking for some kind of proof, either a letter from the landlord saying that they haven't paid their rent, but again, we're very flexible in terms of what we will be collecting. In addition, we have to prioritize households that earn up to 50% of area median income or very low income families. For a family of 3, they cannot have a gross household income above $38,850 when the application was completed. We must also prioritize those who have been unemployed for 90 days prior to the date of application, and we must prioritize payments of rental arrears. Next slide, please. In the federal guidelines, we can pay for rental and utility payment arrears and 3 months of rent prospectively. Landlords can apply on behalf of their tenants, and tenants can apply for themselves as well. This is something new from the previous round. Subsidized households can be assisted, but no duplication of assistance can be provided. Jurisdictions get priority to receive additional funds if we expend 65% of the federal funds by September 30th. This is around $20 million. And all $30.8 million must be spent by the end of this year. Next slide, please. So to complicate things, the state sweetened the pot and provided the option to receive the additional $33.2 million, so increasing the funds from $30.8 million to $64 million. But as mentioned, in order to double the money, we must follow the state guidelines layered on top of the federal guidelines. Things can't be easy, right? You gotta complicate things a little bit. And we must spend all their money, which is $33.2 million, by August the 1st. Next slide, please.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So on that point, are there any of the federal or state guidelines that are in conflict with one another?
No, they aren't really conflict. They really are just an additional level of layering that's been added to it.
Okay, thank you.
Are you going to tell us?
And I'm going to tell you just a little bit about what that layering is. So, in addition to all that I mentioned above, the state dictates that we offer the landlords 80% of the tenant arrears, rent arrears, accumulated between April 1st, 2020 and March 31st of this year. Landlords in turn agree to accept this payment as payment in full of any unpaid rent for that time period. If the landlord does not participate in the program, the eligible tenant may apply to the program for 25% of their rental arrears, again for that time period, April 1st to March 31st of this year. which is in line with Assembly Bill 3088, which passed last year, which states that renters who missed rental payments cannot be evicted if at least 25% of each rental payment that comes due or will come due through June 30th, 2021 is paid. Next slide, please. The state program also allows to pay prospective payments. However, they are allowing us to pay 25% of the monthly rent for the months of April, May, and June of this year. So for the most part, the guidelines for these funds are prescribed to us. The good news is that there is no cap on the rental arrears that we can pay from April 1st of last year. The rental arrears must be paid first before anything else, and the state also allows us to pay for utility arrears. We will make payments to the landlord, and if the landlord does not participate, we will make the payments for 25% of the funds as prescribed by the state to the tenant.
Is that all utilities?
We will pay all utility arrears.
What is all?
Is that cable?
Sewer, water, garbage,
That's the same.
electricity, gas?
Yes.
Not cable.
Yeah.
No. I think we will pay for increased Wi-Fi costs. We did receive some information because we do know that families are very much impacted with increased Wi-Fi costs, for example. That is not considered a utility cost. It's under a separate category, but they have prescribed certain things. But absolutely, gas, electricity, water, sewer, trash are all able to be paid to help the families. And so talking about that, we are working to create partnerships with SMUD, PG&E, and other utility companies in the county, like the water districts, to pay for the utility arrears directly to them. Also, the state does allow families receiving rental subsidies, such as housing choice voucher participants and public housing residents, to apply for funds, but they cannot receive any duplication of funds. Next slide, please. The state also prescribed how we will administer the funds. Funds must be administered in at least 3 rounds to meet state guidelines. First round of funds prioritizes very low-income families or those below 50% of area median income, or those who have been unemployed for 90 days or more on the date of application. The second round prioritizes low-income families or those at or below 80% of area median income and in a community disproportionately impacted by COVID-19.
Excuse me, Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, Sarah, on this slide, and I was thinking about it earlier, so how does this, where you have seniors, grandparents that have grandchildren, maybe on Social Security income, again, the income things here kind of triggered the question, but maybe receiving disability payments, either federal or state, supplemental payments, maybe receiving, certainly through our Department of Human Assistance, but particularly seniors, I guess, those that, they've been retired, may not haven't lost their job, but are already on some limited income, may not have seen an income drop, but they were certainly having, with the pandemic. How would they factor in here? I guess I'm kind of curious. Is that every situation is not the same, but how does that factor in here? They're not necessarily head of household, but may have, family may even have adult children living with them, for all I know.
Through the program, it also does say that you can either have been unemployed, have reduced hours, or also have some significant hardships. So I think we would look at it on a case-by-case basis and see if, in fact, that the family has been impacted, and look at the senior. Even if they've been on fixed income, they might have had some, unusual, significant payments that they had to make that has impacted the amount of money that they have. So we would look at it on a case-by-case basis for the household and the family members. So
how are they going to be encouraged to apply? Because you're going to have a focus that's going to say families, and the definition of that may be, just as you said, you could take into consideration other things. But so how are we going to do that outreach? Again, you're not trying to reach folks who, in all likelihood, wouldn't be eligible. But from what you're describing to me, that if you've got situations where hardships, and you can take those things into account, and I got to imagine that folks that are on fixed incomes have certainly been, struggling as well. When you look at the cost of food, you look at, the, certainly the cost of transportation may have, leveled out, but, all that's spiking again. And this is good through December of this year. So,
So one of the things, and I'll just talk about it in a little bit, but I can mention it right now also, is that we reached out to over 100 and more different organizations, and we had listening sessions, and we had over 200 participants with close to 100 different agencies. So we want to get the word out by working with the various agencies to get the information out to seniors, to those that are non-English speakers, to those that are impacted in our community. And we're also going to be contracting with community-based organizations to do exactly that, to get the word out and to help the families complete the applications, including seniors who might need help.
Okay, because I think particularly when it comes to grandparents and who may have, if they got the grandchildren in the home with them, they're just as learning. You got to imagine their food costs. Even though I know some of the schools and certainly the county has worked to try to assist in that regard with some of the meal aspects of that. So to what you say, I think tailoring some of the message so that people will know that obviously they'll have to go through a screening process, but that there is the opportunity for them to apply. One other question that relates to seniors, I know we've had some inquiries, and I trusted that they would fall under the landlord piece, but where they may have had a small rental or a rental that was a part of their income stream, not a multifamily complex, but may have had a duplex or something like that. If they have the same ability under that with the 80%, if they have a tenant who has been unable to make the payments, they'll be eligible, and they would apply as a landlord versus something in a certain age category. Is that right?
That is correct. So with this program, the landlord can apply, the tenant can apply. I mean, it's sort of like two doors to the process. I mean, if we will work with the landlord when they apply, we'll still need some information from the tenant. But yes, absolutely, the landlord can apply to get the 80% and help the family. We've had phone calls from landlords, saying, we want this lady to apply. My tenant, needs some help. She's elderly. How can we help her? So when we had our listening sessions, we also partnered with the California Apartment Association, and they sent it out to all of their partners, and we had a lot of them at part of our listening session. And we will continue to do our outreach to the mom and pops as well as to the larger multifamily.
But in the case, they would be helping their tenant, but they also would be helping themselves for
Correct.
Lost rent.
Yes.
In one other category here, and it can be folded into some of these, but what about veterans? You've got folks who, they come back, we've got people that all through the pandemic have, continued to serve this nation in military service. A lot of times they struggle as families. They may not be unemployed, but maybe have a struggle with rents. But those that maybe retired from military service as well, but still veterans. How do they factor in? Is there some consideration for them in the midst of all this? I don't say separate and apart, but as a category that needs to be focused on as well?
Well, unfortunately, these categories are provided by the state, and we don't have any leeway in terms of providing, additional categories. This is, but in order to receive the state dollars, we have to follow their guidelines, and these are the guidelines. Now, some of the veterans, I think, will potentially fall in round one if they are they earn below 50% of area median income. What we can do is definitely make sure that we reach out to various organizations that work with the veterans and make sure that they apply for the funds. But a lot of the details related to how we administer the program are prescribed to us by the state, unfortunately.
Right, and that's part of taking the money. I get
Yes.
that. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I just wanted to have a better understanding of the term community in round two. Is that a community described by zip code? Is it a neighborhood, or is it more a population like the Latino community or the African American community?
So we were scratching our heads as well when we received this from the state, because we have to really figure it out by ourselves. What we are going to really try and partner with our public health department to figure out how they would define the community and which ones are the communities that are impacted by COVID. I mean, that's our first thought, how we would go about that.
I think the data is available that could make the case for either or both. That is a geographic delineation and or ethnic delineation. So that to me seems pretty important because we're hearing almost daily about the disproportional impact of the pandemic on different ethnic communities. So I'd like to be kept apprised of that. I think that's a really important part of this.
Thank you. We will. Thank you.
And this is just residential, correct?
Correct.
And will they be taxed as income? Will this be taxed as income?
For the landlords, it's income.
Yeah, for the landlords, it's income, yeah.
But not for the tenant who receives the rent assistance. Will it be go down as income to the renter?
No, just to the landlord.
Thank you.
Let's see, where did we stop? Oh, okay. So we talked about the second round, and then the third round prioritizes low-income families at or below 80% of area median income and not addressed in rounds 1 and 2. So again, I think to the point that Board Member Cerna mentioned, I think we have a little bit of time to craft the second and the third option, because we're really just focusing on the first one right now so we can get the money out the door. And we will definitely keep you apprised. So in the last couple of weeks, we have been very busy. And the guidelines keep coming and changing on us literally on a daily basis, even as of yesterday. So, but we wanted to make sure that we got the word out about the program to our community partners and our landlord community as soon as possible. And of course, with Zoom, we're able to do it virtually, so we were able to do it quickly. Received feedback from county staff on partners to reach out to, and as I mentioned, we also talked to the California Apartment Association and got their membership also the information. Over 200 participants engaged in this process from both community-based organizations and the landlord community. And we will continue to do ongoing community forums. And we will contractually partner with agencies, especially those that work with the non-English speaking households and vulnerable populations, so they can help families apply for the program and also help them with the paperwork process to upload documents and things of that nature. In fact, right now we have a request for proposal to contract with the community-based organizations on our website. We have that information. Again, www.shra.org under the Doing Business with SHRA tab. And the deadline for organizations to apply is March the 5th. So the advantage that we have as a community is that we as the Housing Authority administered a smaller rental assistance program, and we cut our teeth to know what works and what doesn't work when we did the $6.5 million program.
Excuse me, Sarah, Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Sarah, I just wanted to be crystal clear on that, because I think the five of us also will be getting this information out, as not only our constituents called, but pushing it out via newsletters and all of that.
Yeah.
So is the best place to go for all of that information at shra.org/Sarah? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
One-stop shop. And then I'll talk about the opening of the wait list, and even that's where they would go as well, for applying, for information, for everything.
So if we're to push something out, that's where we push out.
Yep.
Do you have a flyer that you could send to all of us?
Yes,
that
I
we
think
could
it was
push out?
already sent to you all and your staff by our PIO this morning.
Oh, this morning. Okay.
Yes,
Great.
in all the
Thank you.
languages.
Okay.
Yes. And it's also on our website, so if anybody else wants it, they can go to our website and print it, but we did send it to you all.
Okay, you're so good. Supervisor Desmond.
I may have some. Thank you, Madam Chair. I may have some more comments at the end, but specifically, in my district, there's a very large resettled refugee community, and they don't have a lot of. There aren't a lot of community advocacy groups that they work with. So specifically, what is your strategy to reach out to that community?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear which
The refugee community and a very large community in District 3. So I'm curious if you have a specific Middle Eastern refugee community, if you have a specific strategy for that.
We do know that, I do know that there was an agency, I just cannot remember the name of them, that works with the refugee community that reached out to us, and we should have sent, I'm sure we should have sent that information to them. However, if you have contact information or your staff, we will be more than happy to reach out to
I appreciate that. And maybe some
point.
Federal entities actually that have much better data.
Absolutely. We'd be glad to reach out to them, meet with them, and share the process with them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Question along those same lines. So what about working with SETA, Employment Training Agency, because I know they have connecting threads to many of the smaller nonprofits that obviously may currently qualify for some of the dollars for some of the programs, and or have been recent applicants, and we see those pretty frequently, those of us sit on the SETA board during our funding rounds. So I think that's really important, because that might be another entree to some of the underserved and unserved communities, and I would hope that we would not just push information out, but maybe actually ask them to partner with us, because again, they're in the same realm of not only trying to help people remain housing stabilized, but also have gainful employment and some of the support for families, as you alluded to here. Obviously, there are programs through SETA, as I'm sure you're well aware, but.
Yes, and they were definitely invited to our listening session. I was just looking to see if they actually attended, but if they didn't, we will make sure we reach out again with them, along with the Greater Sacramento Urban League and other agencies as well. We had educators, we had government agencies, we had utility agencies, we had property managers, CBOs. They all were part of the listening session, and we're sending them the flyers as well. But if there are agencies, like you mentioned, that we need to continue to reach out to, we will, including SETA was one of ours that was on our list. Yeah. But we'll reach out to other communities as well.
And maybe that you or Lachelle could reach out to Kathy Kosik directly, so that it gets to the
problem
to the source there.
In fact, Supervisor Natoli, I actually sit on the Community Action Board for SETA. Right. And so as a part of that conversation, I have been communicating about the emergency rental assistance programs to all of our partners, but we'll also make sure that we reach out between now and the opening, which is tomorrow, right. Just to remind them of the deadlines.
And how about the school districts? While you're there, I was going to ask that of Sarah, but so again, we have your urban districts, but then you've got, River Delta, you've got, Galt, you've got, any number, Dry Creek Elementary. I mean, you've got small districts too, again, and not all staff is, there are a lot of people working remotely, but I think to what you just said, Lachelle, that this opens tomorrow, I assume that it's going to be pretty competitive because of people's, situations. And so can we, beyond just, again, kind of pushing it out, I think some contact, at least with the superintendents of those districts, that can make sure it gets to the site, principals and, and some of the folks who, again, a lot of being done remotely, but nonetheless, a lot of, situations I'm sure that they're potentially aware of that are stressful, where people may be in need of, and could qualify for the assistance. So.
We might just reach out to all your chiefs of staff and get, maybe all your lists as well, and then we can make sure that we reach all of them. We did have some school districts that were represented, but again, not all of them.
Right.
But we want to make sure we get it out to everyone.
In some of those, the smaller ones may not have the staff where it gets there, and who they assign it to. People working remotely, a lot of them are very worried about how they're going to get school reopened and such. So. But this is essential because it's stability for their families, for the children that are enrolled in their schools, and even some of the private schools as well, who may accommodate folks on scholarship and such. But it's certainly to your public school partners, which that's a dozen or less in this county. So I would hope we could do that kind of outreach, particularly with the impending start date tomorrow, and obviously be opportunity over the next few months. But okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So where I left off was just to mention that, because we administered the rental assistance program last year, we were able to cut our teeth to know what works, what doesn't. We created the database from scratch with a vendor specifically for this program that has fraud protections as well, just so that way we can ensure that there is no duplication of assistance, for example. And we will be opening up the wait list more than one time. So we wanted to get the money out right away. So this is just the first round. We will open it up again and possibly more than that as well. Next slide, please. Because of the need to spend all the state funds by August 1st, which will be here before we know it, and 65% of the federal funds by the end of September, we wanted to open up the wait list as soon as possible. And so we are opening it tomorrow, and it closes on March the 19th. Again, all information is on our website, including flyers in multiple languages. People that applied last year in round one, we've received a lot of questions. They can apply again with the different regulations, so it's fine. I do want to mention that it is not a first come, first served basis. You can apply tomorrow, you can apply March 5th, or on the very last day. We will be doing a randomized computer ordering process, so everyone has the same chance of moving to the top. And then, of course, we will be prioritizing those that were mentioned as the priorities earlier in the presentation.
Excuse me, Sarah, Supervisor Natoli.
Yes.
Just on the outreach, it occurs to me that we're working directly with utilities, but they send bills certainly to renters as well as to landlords, depending upon the nature of the arrangement. And I don't know that utility billing inserts are always paid attention to, but nonetheless, I think that that's another opportunity to maybe reach some folks that might otherwise, and typically those aren't in multiple languages either, but I think that may be an opportunity, since utility providers may be able to reclaim some arrears, that they certainly could be a strong partner or one of our partners in getting that information out. And maybe you've already considered that, but I think that's another.
We have considered that, and we are going to be doing that.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, and likewise, since we had the discussion just prior to this about libraries, but libraries are another connecting point, and they're able to do things in multiple languages. They've got a network of folks, and to points maybe my colleagues, but we talked about, they're in underserved and unserved areas of the community, and certainly are geographically spread. Could see them as another partner to help get the information out and maybe serve as a resource in that regard. And lastly, I would just say, I assume you're working with the other, the 7 incorporated cities. Obviously, they're mentioned here, but they're city managers, they're folks. Not all of them have social service elements to them, but I think they have a base in the constituency that overlaps all of ours and the ones that you're going to be serving, obviously, throughout the county. So I just wanted to offer those as a couple.
Absolutely. We will be reaching out to all of them. Thank you again for the great idea about the libraries. We will reach out to Rivka and others.
That's a great idea.
Yes. Thank you. Wealth of information. Thank you. So in terms of our timeline, for expending the funds. As mentioned, we've met with the community. We will continue to engage with various organizations and reach out to all the new organizations that you've mentioned as well. The wait list is opening tomorrow and closing on March the 19th. And as mentioned, we will open it again. This is just our first round. And just again underscoring the timelines we received from the federal and state government, which is that we must expend all state funds, or $33.2 million, by August the 1st. And by the end of September, we must spend 65% of the federal funds, which is around $21 million. And all $64 million has to be spent by the end of December. So we have a lot of work to do in a very, very short period of time, but I know it's just so important for our families. And I want to thank Anne, Bruce, Ethan, staff, who've just been a great partner with us. And so thank you all very, very much. And I look forward to the continued partnership. I just wanted to end with some quotes from families who received funds in round one. This happened around the Christmas time, where we were just working so hard. After closing at the end of October, we had basically 7 weeks to get the money out, working through the holidays, and families and landlords were just so appreciative. And so, some of the things that they said were, "You've just lifted a ton of weight off my shoulders. You are a lifesaver." And it just really, really humbled us. The program has allowed me to catch up with my rent and focus my attention to the future and training for a new career at 61. My career has been eliminated due to the virus. I am a 40-year career corporate travel consultant. It's just very touching, heartwarming, and so we look forward to partnering with you for the rental assistance program. This concludes my presentation, and request your approval of the attached resolutions.
Excellent presentation. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I have one more kudo to add to the ones that you had in print there, and this sort of goes to Ann and Bruce, but it's specifically Ethan and Sarah and Mary Liz, Lachelle, that from the Elk Grove Water District, and it was complimentary to the work. And I'm just going to read just briefly here, but it comes from their general manager, Mark Madison, says, "I just wanted you to know how appreciative they are of the efforts of SHRA staff in entertaining our comments regarding the SARA program that obviously we're considering here today." They said that they were appreciative that you took into consideration our comments, that you acted swiftly to address the issues, and they're very pleased. Particularly, they wanted to highlight Mary Liz Paulson at a virtual meeting with Mary Liz last week. They were very impressed with her knowledge and friendly demeanor, and that they know that this program will benefit people in need, but they're certainly very complimentary. And I just want to add to that too. I think, catching the opportunity to basically lock down really $100 million in rental assistance for this community, its people, for folks who have, not unlike people throughout the state and nation, but certainly have really encountered some very difficult and need I say, challenging times. But this, will help them. It will help some of the service providers. Obviously, it has the benefit, obviously, to landlords who provide the opportunity for housing in a lot of cases, and it means an infusion of dollars into this local economy. So the human assistance is, certainly the significant part about this. But I mean, that's important for, I think, our recovery and helping people to catch up that are in arrears. It's one thing to, look forward and think things are going to get better, and that, that maybe they get their job back or they get other employment. But then to look at, what could have accumulated over a point of many, many months and being thousands and thousands and maybe tens of thousands in some cases of dollars in arrears. And they have that hanging over people's heads who are already struggling. Is just terribly daunting. I can't even hardly imagine it. But I think what this will do is offer a lot of relief, opportunity for relief, and help us get better and heal from, the scars of a worldwide pandemic. And so again, I thank SHRA, certainly Ann and Ethan and Bruce and all the folks in Lachelle, your teams of folks. And it's daunting, but I'm sure we won't have any trouble meeting the needs out there, and hopefully we'll be able to expend all these dollars, and if others are available, we can do more to help people as well. But anyway, thanks for your good.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. I want to echo a lot of those comments, and thank you so much for this. This is such great news. I mean, I look at the chart you showed where the number of applications for all the zip codes in the county, number of applications, and the relatively few families you could help. So this is the way it should be. It should be a lot more for the need in the county and the other cities. So this is terrific. We'll do everything we can to get it out. I mean, I know in really a hurry to make sure this money gets out to the people who need it the most. I think it's going to be really crucial to make sure you have good checks in place, because there's a lot of self-verification going on with this money, and we've all seen what's happened at the state level with EDD, and we don't want to, of course, see that here. And most importantly, we want to make sure the money goes to the folks who need it. So I'd be very interested in continued conversations about that. And then one other question I had is especially when now you're asking landlords, and there are some landlords out there that don't care too much about the tenants and maybe are unscrupulous, and so. I don't know if that's something that you've done in the past where a landlord can apply on behalf of a tenant. I don't know if that's new or not, but that'll be, I think, a challenge when it comes to verification at times. And another question I had is, I talked during my travels in the district and talking to service providers and others, and even just firsthand interactions. There's an awful lot of folks who, despite an eviction moratorium, have been intimidated into just leaving, their housing because they can't afford to pay their rent. They've listened to maybe what an unscrupulous landlord has said to them, and they've just left. And I assume none of this money would apply to someone in that situation. Are there any other Corona-specific or COVID-specific funding sources that might help someone in that situation? Hey, we just had to leave our housing because our landlord told us we had to, and maybe they weren't aware of their rights, but they're otherwise so ready, willing, and able to get them and their families back into housing. Is there any other new kind of stopgap money or resources for that? Because I think there's a lot of people in that situation.
I can't think of anything. Turning to Lachelle?
Okay.
Supervisor, I might just add, this is Bruce Wagstaff. You've heard us make reference to some of the funding sources that are coming down. We haven't received all the guidance for some of those funding streams. When we do, we certainly will explore what you're suggesting here, see what we can do. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Bruce. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Our County Executive, Ann Edwards.
I just wanted to add to the outreach conversation that our communication staff are sending this information to all of their PIO contacts at the city, at school districts, at SCOE, so that should assist in the notifying folks that this is available.
Thank you, Ann. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. And along the same lines, if you haven't already coordinated with Metro Cable 14, if we could have the information on the rotation. Good
idea.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just following up on Supervisor Desmond's comments about, not all landlords are fall in the category as being ones who are going to make the top 10 list, and we know we have some properties that are blighted that still, and maybe substandard in some cases, throughout, and I think that there might be, going back to the EDD reference, maybe there's some cross-checking with either rental housing assistance, rental housing inspection programs, and or with other jurisdictions. All municipalities have some form of review of that, and before we just issue checks, if there are other things that need to be corrected, that certainly some of them may be resultant of COVID, and I want to certainly allow room, at least in my comments, for that. But if there are situations where folks could get a fairly large sum of money in a multi-complex, but there are other deficiencies that either not necessarily SHR would be aware of, that maybe there needs to be some checks and balance on that, and that's just kind of a word of caution. But I think that would be again taking away from folks who have not just worked to help their tenants, but also obviously have had to pay to maintain their properties, may have had to take on the utility, costs without having to, have much rental income coming in and so forth. So there might be, I think it's important, Sarah, that we have maybe, again, without burdening you folks, but that there be some cross-check before, large sums of money might be issued to folks, and so because we're working against time here, and you want to do right by folks, but I also want to make sure it goes to folks who can legitimately claim it, but also that if there are other things that need to be attended to, that there's some accounting for that before someone gets a big check and the property makes the headlines as being one that's blighted, substandard, or whatever. And those are few and far between. But I think it's probably worth a cross check.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I think this is so exciting, and I think there will be a lot of, I know if I was a landlord, I would, in a minute, say I would be happy to accept 80%, because a lot of people otherwise will just have to walk. They won't be able to pay it. And so this is so exciting. I've already have my staff working on trying to push the news out, and thank you so much. I don't know if we need to adopt these resolutions separately, or can we do it together, Alma?
They can be done together.
Okay.
I'll move to adopt the resolutions.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Desmond and a second by Supervisor Kennedy, and yes.
We have an issue with the resolution that Ethan will share, so that we need to fix. Yes.
Okay.
Good morning. So the issue with the resolution is, and it's the DHA resolution, is we called out the housing authority. So we actually need to, we read into the record that you're allowing the agreement for Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency acting as the housing authority, which allows us to contract with SHRA.
Okay. And is that just pretty much it?
That was it.
Okay.
Should probably be reflected in the motion, though, to acknowledge it.
Can we just go ahead and reflect that in his motion, or does he actually need to read it, or can you read it, Alma?
I received, this is revised resolution DHA allowing agreement acting as the housing authority to contract. I'm sorry, Ethan, will you help me?
Restate that.
Ethan, can you at least maybe walk us through where you're asking for the changes so that the board understands? Because I'm not sure I actually understand.
Okay, thank you. So on the...
Yeah, so maybe reference the resolution you're talking about.
So in the resolution that has the longest title, the retroactive authority to apply and accept COVID-19 tenant relief, down in the fifth whereas, it says DHA is seeking authority to execute an agreement with the housing authority of the County of Sacramento. That's where we need to have changed to reflect that we're asking to have an agreement with the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency acting as the housing authority.
Okay. That seems more clear to me. I hope it does to the board, and we'll definitely update that when we process that.
And that's read into the record clear enough for us to go ahead and move that.
So I'll remake my motion with that clarification reference to Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency.
That was very helpful. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
And it was approved by a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Alma.
Thank you.
And I believe that concludes our morning. We do not have a closed session, and we will adjourn and return at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Today's date is February 24, and this meeting is hereby called to order. I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll and establish quorum.
Good afternoon, Supervisors Desmond.
Here.
Frost.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you. And I guess we'll just go straight to our
dive
first
in?
item.
Okay. Item 4, approve proposed pilot approach for a 911 alternative response and call center program, amending Sacramento County Conflict of Interest Code, adding 16 full-time positions and 4 vehicles to operate the pilot program, and approve an appropriations adjustment request in the amount of $107,372.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. Bruce Wagstaff, Deputy County Executive. Wanted to offer a couple of preliminary comments here, and then I'm going to turn over to Mr. Hunt, and Dr. Quist is here as well to talk about this item. Since your last briefing on this topic, staff have conducted a county-wide input/discussion process through some very well-organized forums and surveys that some of you I know participated in, to collect a wide range of input and comments on how a system like this might work in Sacramento County. And I have to tell you that that effort that our behavioral health staff had to lead on was as impressive as any that I've seen on having worked on many, many projects. A really sincere effort to get community input. And that was critical because it points to the importance of this project to the community. And we have before you today a pilot design of a pilot that we think reflects that input. You'll note in Mr. Hunt's presentation that our implementation date is proposed to be July 1st. And that is important to note because we recognize, even if we obtain your approval today, that we have a lot more work to do on this project before we actually launch. In particular, despite that widespread effort that I mentioned, in recent days we've heard from some stakeholders, in particular some city police chiefs, raising concerns that they have about the feeling that they haven't had a chance to weigh in as much as they would like on issues that they potentially see with this project that they'd like to have discussions about and work through together. So that's where, I think in our view, that's very much worth noting. And I would say to you today, and I'm sure at least some of them are listening right now, to them as well, that our commitment in these next several months that we have before we actually propose to start, and that's a target start date, we all know that, but before that occurs, we would commit to setting up those discussions and working through those issues, devoting as much time as necessary to do just that. I think that's important. I've worked with several of these chiefs on other issues, range of issues, and I respect their opinion very much. Now, you directed us to design a non-law enforcement approach to these types of calls, and we are laying out something for you today that does that. However, we recognize the importance of the collaboration with existing systems, the collaboration with law enforcement, the importance of everybody knowing what their role would be on a project like this, how different situations would be responded to, so that's very important. And before Jim got going on describing the process, I wanted to make that very clear that that would be our commitment, and we would launch that this week. We would get going on that this week and really place a high priority on that. I'll turn it over to Jim unless you guys have questions for me on before I do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Desmond does have a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to, thank you, Madam Chair, and Bruce, thank you for that. And I'm very eager to hear Jim's presentation. Had a long conversation with Ann about this, and I have heard from some chiefs of police and a lot of whom I know, and I think when I first was looking at this presentation, and I'll hold off on some of my comments, but specifically with respect to the cities, I understand if a chief of police is concerned about the county coming in and taking away some of their responsibility to handle calls as they see fit in their own community, and in a way taking away some of their authority that's provided to them by their own city councils. I mean, I think it's important to be very, very sensitive to that. And just as important is to figure out how this would work with their independent 911 call centers and response systems, because they're all a little bit different, as you know. So I think that's really crucial. I was going to bring that up later, but since you brought it up now, I figured I'd mention it, because that's a big concern of mine. I don't have a concern with this program and doing this. I mean, I think it's great, and I'll make some of those comments after Jim's presentation. But just wanted to respond to you specifically about that, because I think that's so important. And what does that look like? I mean, for instance, what does that do to the program if maybe we reach some kind of impasse with a chief of police or a city in Elk Grove or something? I mean, how does that impact this program? And I don't know if Jim will talk about that, but we got to get over those hurdles.
Sure, I appreciate your comment, Supervisor, and as I said, I appreciate their perspective as well. So we're committed to having those discussions. As I said, and Jim's going to describe the community input process we did do and the level of response that we got, which was significant. But if there's something more that we didn't do that we should have, we'll own that and commit to, in the next several months, addressing that.
That would be something very, very important to me, because I think it's great, the community input we got, the involvement from the community. But as we know, some people are very engaged in this and they're really following it. But there are other stakeholders that have a big role that didn't even know about this, right? I mean, and so we also, I think, have an affirmative obligation to reach out and identify who some of those stakeholders are, which is what we're talking about now. Okay, so thank you very much, Bruce. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just to echo just a little bit, since we had to break from the morning session, have talked or had cross messages with the city manager, City of Galt, who called on behalf of his police chief and certainly his city, and then also had a conversation just a few minutes ago with the chief of police in Elk Grove. And I think part of it was not because folks haven't in the last few days attempted to make information known, Bruce, and share that. I think this is a countywide approach, and obviously it's tailored in its design that we're going to hear more about in just a moment. A mental health response, non-law enforcement components to this, but I think to the point, I mean, these are municipalities, they have elected officials, they are in charge of the police services in those communities, and whether it's for domestic violence, for other crimes, for non-criminal behavior, that they're responsible to respond to. And again, recognizing there's a lot of good work goes into this, and I don't want to take anything away from what you're going to present us, but the essence of it is that certainly there are issues, and you touched on some of those as to how dispatch is handled, and the point of it is there's no wrong door, but there are calls that appropriately come through 911 and others that may not, and even if they come through 911, how they might get handed off in the expectation of this pilot or this program. So I just wanted to again put an additional period behind the sentence here that I would concur with what's been said here by my colleague, that we need to do that outreach and hopefully find a clear understanding about jurisdictional responsibility, but also I think the merits that this program would offer, but also the responsibilities that are properly entrusted to those cities and to their police chiefs and to their personnel who respond to needs in their communities. And so, because this is countywide coverage, and I think that's the point that's made. So when we say countywide, that's not just the unincorporated area, it's the 7 other cities, and I think that needs to be a key part of any forward movement we make on this proposal. So,
thank you. Thank you. Jim?
Thank you, Flo. Just to reiterate what Bruce is saying about our outreach, before we ever designed the proposal, we went out to the community and had 2 listening sessions to get their input, put out a survey, and with those 3 items, we had the responses from 568 people. We also have, since we've developed the plan, we presented it to 2 community forums, one in the evening, one in the afternoon, and had a total of about 200 people participate in those. We discussed it at the Criminal Justice Cabinet, and I think this is probably where our big failing was. The Criminal Justice Cabinet, as you know, includes all the police chiefs in Sacramento County as well as the sheriff. And we mentioned that there, discussed that briefly, And what we should have done is pretty much the same presentation we're giving to you. So the police chiefs had the full presentation of what we're looking at. So I apologize for that. That was an oversight on our part. But I will say this, it was, I think, November 8th when your board last heard this item and said you wanted us back in February. And for putting something together like this, that's a pretty tight time frame. The staff did a great job, and I suppose we would have done a better job if we had more time, but we have what we have, and we'll move from here. We have discussed it with the sheriff. We have presented it to the Human Services Coordinating Council and their member advisory boards. We've discussed it with the Folsom City Manager, Police Chief, and Fire Chief, and as a matter of fact, we spent an hour and a half with the Folsom City Council last night, and I have about 2 pages of notes from that, and lots of ideas, and some I may share with you later. And then we've got, as Bruce said, much more to do. So let's go on with the presentation. So first of all, I just want to summarize those initial community listening sessions and the surveys that informed us of what the community wanted to see. And admittedly, as you say, Supervisor Desmond, that the community we went out to, the ones who were most interested, were folks who were either involved with the mental health system or very concerned with it. The goals from the folks that we talked to were to de-escalate crises and provide linkages to accessible and affordable mental health services. Offer a response team, a field response team that didn't include law enforcement. This was key. They wanted the model community-based and to decriminalize mental health and homelessness. I love the participant quotes, respect and kindness from a responder with primary expertise in mental health. They were very much attuned to the need for a mental health counselor to make or a mental health professional to make the first response. These are the types of crises that the community felt we should respond to. I will say right now I do not agree with all these, and we did not include all of them in our proposal. Mental health and psychiatric, obviously. Substance abuse, yes, that's our game. Domestic violence and sexual assault are crimes. We have no business responding to those. We would respond to domestic disturbances that didn't meet that criteria for law enforcement response, but we will not respond to any criminal events. People experiencing homelessness and other situations, welfare checks, child and vulnerable, people protection, elder abuse. And again, I will say this, if the incident requires a child abuse referral or an adult abuse referral, that will go to CPS and APS. That's their job, not the mental health counselors. Again, these are from the community. This is not our proposal. What they asked for was the room.
Excuse me, Jim.
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond has a question.
Sorry, and if I wait till at the end, I'll forget.
Okay,
So
I got it. I'm with you.
So when you said domestic disturbance, could you, because obviously this was another, and I get that. Thank you for that clarification. This came from the responses from the group, so that I appreciate that. The domestic disturbance, can you just explain what that distinction would be in your mind? I think, because this is an important point for a lot of folks.
Dr. Quist and I had a conversation about this last night, and he described an incident where we did respond, where a father and a son were going at it, and mom was afraid that this was going to escalate, so she called. And one of our counselors was able to go out there, and what he found was dad was just stressed out. He'd lost his job, he'd had all these stressors, and got in an argument with the son, and the underlying pressure he was under and the stress he was feeling just elevated everything. And the mental health professional was able to de-escalate the situation, take that aside and just, identify what his issues and give him some coping mechanism, give him some encouragement, calm the situation, and leave. I mean, that's the type of thing we're talking about.
Okay, no, that's great. And on this point specifically, I would, in terms of additional kind of stakeholders, I mean, I would hope maybe you have some contact with Weave about this or Family Justice Center. I mean, specifically to make, kind of define those contours a little better, but thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. No wrong door. Coordinate with 211, 311, and 911, so wherever a person calls, they get the right response. And of course, to have language interpretation. The suggested response team composition, mental health clinicians, peers with lived experience. This was really a huge issue for the community, that when we respond to persons in a mental health crisis, we need to have somebody who, in essence, has been there, done that, has lived the experience, and can empathize with the person in crisis and the family to help them cope with the situation of feeling it and know that somebody has been there and resolved it and moved on. Social workers, medical clinicians, the different models we looked at throughout the country had different versions of this, and so this was the input we got. But the quote there really is good. It's incredibly important. The people who show up on these calls look like normal people, talk like normal people, and have that peer support person. The skills that the public wanted us to have: de-escalation, trauma-informed. And by this, what they mean is the folks in these crises have had traumas in their life, huge traumas, incidents that have scarred them. They want to have people that respond who have experienced that. Again, who can empathize, who can say, been there, done that, here's how I've coped with it, here's some ideas for how you may be able to as well. They want a background in behavioral health and responsive to race, culture, gender, and disability. The services they requested were housing and shelter, mental health assessments and services, just basic survival needs, medical care, and the ability to have a place to stabilize while they're in crisis, respite centers. And then the follow-up, ongoing follow-up and case management. And what we want to do is connect individual services and social support, because we want to, as much as we can, get them into services, and by doing that, help them to avoid future occurrences. Transportation and financial assistance, wraparound services.
Excuse me, Jim, Supervisor Cerna has a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Jim, if you can go back to the previous slide, please. With regard to medication, was there any discussion about the do's and don'ts, or the what ifs in terms of actually having clinicians with the right licensure to be able to offer medications? Let's say you have someone in crisis that has been out of their psychotropics, but you can somehow track that they actually have a legitimate refill or something, that they just don't have access to it. Would there be an instance where someone in the team could actually help get them, give them the medication a lot faster than if they had to wait for, until Monday, until the pharmacy has it, that kind of thing?
We're not going to have prescribers on the team. Dr. Quist, do you want to respond to that, please?
I'm guessing that there are some instances where the lack of access to medication perhaps is part of the crisis itself.
Correct. And sometimes it'll be somebody who has made a choice to stop taking their medications and didn't realize that the symptoms were sneaking back up on them. So often what we're currently doing is we'll reach out to their current provider and be able to facilitate what the quickest way to get them access to those medications would be.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, transportation and financial assistance, wraparound services, and the needs assessment for folks experiencing homelessness. I just want to present to you what the sheriffs, admittedly this is only the unincorporated area, but it does represent 36% of the county. And the ratios for incorporated cities would probably be similar. As a matter of fact, last night the chief of police at Folsom said that it wasn't far from what he sees, just on a much smaller number. But for the mental health related calls, and note the sheriff's footnotes there that this is not an exact count, out of almost 2,800 calls, only 17 resulted in arrests. This would seem to be a good opportunity for mental health professionals to respond to these rather than law enforcement.
Excuse me, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Jim, either anecdotally or perhaps you have background data that disaggregates these numbers, but what can you tell us about these calls and responses on weekdays versus weekends?
I will get to that.
All right, good. Look forward to it.
Good. I'm glad you're looking forward to it. So this is what we've come up with, our pilot project call center and mental health response team. And what we want to do with the pilot project is test the concept, gather data, take a look at our operating issues and what we need to do to make it better. And a big one is measure outcomes. So what's the difference if we're out there? And as Bruce mentioned, a big part of this is collaborating with the cities and law enforcement jurisdictions. We want to have a collaborative relationship with them, not an adversarial one. We want to meet their needs however we can. And if it comes to the point where we can't reach an accommodation, we'll return to your board and talk about how we might adjust the program or just bring it back to you so that we're not operating in the dark and just pushing something through on these cities that they don't want. And again, coordinating with 211, 311, and 911 so there's no wrong door. And using what's learned in the pilot program to guide our work in developing a fully operational 24/7 program. Obviously, these are the types of things we'll need: crisis intervention and de-escalation, assessing needs and risks, and creating safety plans for these individuals is a huge factor, and safety plans for the families. Coordinating with their existing healthcare providers and link consumers to ongoing services. And this is just a limited list. Each case will be different. They may need different services. So our field response teams will be 4 two-person teams. We would provide county coverage. Our team would cost $1.6 million, and we're looking at being operational by July 1st. And we'd operate during peak call for service times, which is Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6. And here's a graphic of what those times look like. And it's odd and kind of counterintuitive that it was from 9 to 6 that we had the highest proportion of calls. And oddly, last night at Folsom City County, the city police chief said, well, his peak calls for these types of things are from 3 to 5 in the afternoon. So we're on target here. You can see the top line is Sunday and the bottom line is Saturday. And it's Thursday and Friday that are our peak days. And oddly, the hours of between 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock in the middle of the day are the days at times when we have the highest number of calls. So we would start this with the 9 to 6 proposal. And obviously what we'd like to do is expand it into a swing shift, but that's more money.
Excuse me, Jim, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, that chart that you have up there. I wanted to ask, though, one of the, and I won't say it's an anomaly, but that certainly caught my attention, Jim, is on the Sunday, the first corner there, which is 12 a.m., I take it, 12 to 1 a.m.?
Yes.
Sunday mornings. That's a weekend, and, Saturday has a couple of areas that are different shades of green and orange, I guess. But it looks to me like that around, and then I've got to go to the other end of the chart for 11 p.m. and so forth. That I don't know. Again, that seemed to be more than just an anomaly. But I'm curious about that because one of the things, and I know we'll have more discussion when you're done here, and certainly get a chance to hear from folks that want to weigh in. But you might call for more limited coverage, but it says to me that there's something going on on the weekends. I mean, it's going on all the time. And again, this is going through calls for a period of time from January to May of last year. So, I assume that was the most recent data that you had available.
They prepared that for us some time ago, and as you can imagine, the detail getting this statistics together, I was reluctant to ask them to do it for a full year.
No.
This gives us a good idea of 5-month spread.
Right. And so I think it's important certainly to see the predominance within this chart, and if it bears out as you talk with others in other cities and so forth, then I think that just further highlights what you're saying. But it still makes me wonder. Again, obviously you got this countywide coverage with 4 teams during, basically a little beyond kind of normal business hours. But when I see that in that corner up there, it says to me that, you're halfway through the weekend, or 2/3 of the way through. And again, I think some of the data, and maybe others in this board can speak to it, but do we talk with like emergency providers in addition to dispatch? Do we, for calls that come into emergency rooms, or people that are showing up with mental health distress? Again, Schmick doesn't have as many admittances, kind of the crisis, but maybe even our response teams, which aren't all 24/7 either. Some of those are, but I guess I'm curious because it seems to me there's maybe some data here that could help us, because again, it's resource allocation. I get that, but if we want to, with a pilot, to adjust what you bring to us based upon what we hear and what we, kind of reflect on, I guess I'm interested in that, in having some coverage, throughout the weekend. I'll just say that right up front. And again, not that nighttime hours aren't important either. Again, so then you get into this whole discussion about 24/7, 365, but just looking at that chart up there. So I guess I'm curious, when you did your outreach, did you talk to our health providers, those, the emergency rooms, and, what's it look like on Monday mornings? What's it look like on Sunday nights? I mean, again, that's another element of information that I think can help inform where people are showing up. And maybe it's not a call to police dispatch, but it may be folks that are, properly referred, and or dispatch is taking them, to, dispatch or the responders are taking them to, emergency rooms. So.
I understand your question. I agree completely. Again, this is a pilot program, which shows the bulk of hours. But in regard to the medical care providers, I will tell you this. The number one complaint I get from our hospitals, UC Davis and Sutter have, talked about this with me. They have hospital beds in their halls of the emergency room for mental health patients. Some of them stay there a few hours, some of them stay there for days. Monday morning, we have at our treatment center a board of all the people we need to find a place for. And typically we may have 40 people on that board. By Friday, we get it down to about 20. Monday morning, it's right back up there. It is a horrendous problem. You talk to any hospital and they'll tell you the same thing. When those patients actually come into the hospital, I don't know. We have not gathered that information from them.
And just one other point, and I appreciate you sharing. Again, anecdotally, I've heard some of the same that you've heard, probably not to the detail, but it seems to me then that may be an area that, as we're talking this through today, but also, considering how we want to implement whatever this pilot looks like, that's an important element because, again, those folks, some of them may be transporting themselves, others by, emergency medical care, maybe by police agencies. And that's the information I think that police chiefs could very well, give you some idea of, not that they made an arrest, but maybe they transport it. But I think that hospital information, because again, if you can de-escalate in the, in the setting by which you respond to that, and people, things get worked out, and using this one situation you described a few minutes ago, that's the type of thing. It didn't, beyond somebody showing up, working it through, appropriate, delineation of what needs to happen, but they didn't end up in an emergency room. They didn't end up being arrested. Nobody got, I guess, seriously hurt in the situation you described, but I'm sure there's many multiples of those. And so I guess the point I'm making is that I think that's a key piece, and it may be that, the health providers, they're partners in so many ways, and this county spends tens of millions of dollars buying, space for folks who are admitted because of mental health situations to emergency rooms at hospitals. It's a pretty expensive undertaking. If we could reduce some of that, again, you make the investment here, then I think that there could be savings that could accrue both in the quality of what happens for the providers of service, but also allow us to maybe provide a stronger underpinning for what we want to do here. So I'll just leave it for now, but I'm interested in that information about
Right.
with their health providers, because that, I think it may help us in tailoring this program. Thanks.
Supervisor, I might just add to your comments. I think you raise a very good point. And in this next several months, I think we'll try to get as best data as we can get on how these calls are coming in, reaching out to the hospitals and to the police chiefs. And of course, as we launch the pilot, we'll be monitoring that very carefully too and see where we might have to make adjustments.
Thanks, Bruce.
Thank you. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So, like Supervisor Natoli, I'm going to preface my comments and suggestions with the fact that I, too, am very interested in seeing this pilot be a true 7-day-a-week effort. And that has to do with the nature of a pilot, whether it be in this context or so many other programmatic attempts that we've made over the years in different capacities. I think the purpose of a pilot is to really embark on changing protocols and learning from those changes over time, so that you can make a determination later on whether you want to make something permanent or not, and if so, how it might be adjusted based on what we learned during the quote-unquote pilot duration. And so for me, it seems that we'd want to, temporarily, we'd want to have a true representation of the nature of what we're trying to address here. And it seems to me with only 5 out of 7 days of coverage, that we would be shortchanging ourselves and the public by not understanding the nature of the and the nuance of crises that happens on weekends. And in addition to that, and Bruce just mentioned that you're going to use the next few months to really fine tune this a bit. This chart is January through May, so we only have less than half a year's worth of data here. And so I don't know if there's anything that changes because of the nature of of seasons here and hot weather and being outdoors more. I don't know that. So that that's another thing to consider. I don't know, for instance, too, if there's any nuanced difference during the particular days of the month. For instance, perhaps because folks are on GA and they have access to funds near the beginning of the month. Does that have any consequence in terms of the statistics of crises during a pattern during each month? So I think these are kind of things that we should be discussing now before we embark on the pilot, and make it the best that we can and most well informed. But when I first saw what's being recommended, the first thing I'll tell you that jumped off the page at me was that it's only 5 of the 7 days, and I know and I get it, that comes with a cost consequence, and I understand there may be labor issues with that, and they're not necessarily easy issues. But I think this is too important to have it be abbreviated to just 5 of 7 days a week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jim, I have a question.
Yes.
You were talking about the 5 days a week, and it would be during the day, most of those are during the day, not at night. And I am wondering I'm thinking about some disconnects with, like one disconnect would be, if someone called in and it sounds like they're hallucinating or they're having some kind of psychosis, and so the whoever's triaging determines that this is a good call for the mental health line, and they go to the home, and as it turns out, it's a drug-induced psychosis and could even be an overdose. And so by virtue of that whole exchange, there could be a delay in getting emergency treatment to someone who could have been saved but may not be able to because of that delay. I'm wondering, I should have prefaced this. I am on board. I like the idea of this pilot. I'm excited. I even went on TV yesterday saying I'm looking forward to this being successful. I have some questions about why. I didn't even think about the cities, to be honest. I was thinking sheriff, and I didn't think about this being the entire county until it was brought up to me by my local corporate jurisdictions. But I think some of the concerns that the police chiefs and city managers have is that there might be some disconnects. That's one disconnect that I can think of, and what I'm thinking of is, were those part of those conversations? Because those would be some of the, there could potentially be some gaps in service, such as, we have the frequent offenders program, and so if the call goes to the mental health line and it's someone who has offended several times or been in this situation several times, getting them to help, that program depends on the number of times they've been in this situation, which gives us the authority to steer them to a different resource. And so by virtue of it going to a different 911 line, it leaves our police departments out of that communication, and there's a disconnect. And so I wonder how a situation like that is going to be handled, and how you perceive those other situations, because I know one of the ideas of this is that this can reduce our liability, but it could also increase our liability by virtue of just singled out situations like that happen every day. Domestic disturbance versus domestic violence. Domestic disturbance may not be a crime, but it is an escalating thing, and how do you know when it escalates to that one point? We don't. And so I just wonder if you can, I just gave you a mouthful. That was 3 different situations that I thought of that I could see where the separating, where there needs to either, where it's important to have, the law enforcement and the 911 operators in that conversation to make a plan so that there's, so we're all able to communicate. I'm not quite sure if you've thought of that, or how you perceive being able to work through those issues. Those seem like hard issues to me.
You're right, and they're very big issues, and that's why we want to take the time between now and July 1st to sit down with the police chiefs, with the fire chiefs, and determine what kind of protocols we should be using. And, this plan is not perfect. There's a lot of details to still be worked out.
Well, I respect that. I don't understand why they weren't invited to the table in the first place. I don't understand why we have to vote on something before they're a part of the conversation. Why do we have to pass it and then have the conversation? That's kind of it's on my mind. It just seems like it's not fair, because it does impact their business model. It impacts their ability to be fully on alert in their jurisdiction. But I'll leave it at that. I wanted to bring that up because that's a concern. That's something that's weighing heavy on my mind, and I know it's weighing on some of the police chiefs' minds. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on this chart, I want to, Supervisor Natoli brought it up, I think a really great point, that just because the calls are very low on those days of the week and times doesn't mean the crisis isn't still occurring.
Correct.
For a lot of people, right? And I think to truly get a clear picture of the data, finding out from our hospital admissions, checking with EMS and fire, looking at their stats. Because I could see, actually, if it's something early in the morning, it may not be a call to law enforcement. It's a call to fire or medical because someone is, maybe they're passed out in an entryway to a business or something like that. So the need is still there. So I think that is very important to make sure we have a picture of all of the data, because I think a great thing about a program like this is it's not just a relief valve for law enforcement 911s. I mean, it's an alternative to 911 calls for not just law enforcement, but for emergency medical services for people as well, right? And it also strikes me as these times where it's really slow. You think about it, the homeless navigators aren't out there. The sheriff's homeless outreach team isn't out there. The crisis response teams aren't out there during those times. Businesses are closed. So it's still happening, and the need is still really great. So I really appreciate Supervisor Natoli's point about kind of digging into that data a little more. And then one other quick question. Do you know, out of these calls from the Sheriff's Department, what percentage of these came into 911 versus the non-emergency line?
I have no idea.
Okay. So I think that's important too.
We can find that out, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I think it's important to point out too that if it's a call because somebody passed out in the hall, that's going to 911. We're not going to take a medical emergency. But if it's one of those other substance abuse or mental
But the
health.
great thing about a program like this is that hopefully that intervention will happen with the individual before they even get to that
Right,
point.
right. And I'll tell you too, we struggled with the same issue. As a matter of fact, internally, when we started working on this after the November board hearing, Dr. Quist's staff came up with a full implementation program that would cover 24/7. All these times out on the weekends and evenings that we're not covering. And let's just say it came up to a very big number. And at the last board hearing, the number we talked about was, or I wasn't here then, was 1.5 million. We scaled our program down to try to get to that target number. We almost made it.
Supervisor Natoli.
Would you mind sharing what that number was, just so we have a point of reference in the range?
It was, what was it, 5.5 million and 50 some odd positions?
That would give you full coverage every day of the year, round the clock, for 5.5 million?
That would give us, it was 6 field response teams, 24/7.
Oh, 6 teams versus 4 teams.
Yes, because as you can see, there's many hours in the day when we're not going to get to all these.
Well, and that's true. And so that, again, and it gets important information. Again, obviously, you took the task and the number that was, basically, I guess, assigned to this. But I think that's important to know, too, that if it's a $5.5 million program, to actually have 2 additional teams and to have 24/7 coverage. And I just, by way of note, as I was looking at this chart here, and this is very helpful, even though it's a matter of only a few months, but, from 7 p.m. to 1 a.m., that's 28%, nearly 30% of the calls, if you bundle all together. Now, you look at, again, there are crises that occur in the early morning hours from, 2 a.m. on through to 6 or 7 in the morning, but there are some indicators here that I think, will at least be a part of my consideration as we're talking about this. And again, if we, I guess, at the end of the day said, we want you to do more, you have to give us a number to that. But I appreciate the fact that you actually looked at what it would take to provide the coverage, to provide that level of response, and to be available 24/7. In those early morning hours, did you scale it back to like 1 team available, or?
Let me qualify my response. Yeah. That was a quick first brush.
Okay.
If we did it 24/7, let's up it to 6 teams. Here's what it would be.
Okay.
As you can see from these numbers, even 6 teams during our peak times wouldn't be enough. Right. The overnight hours, it would be too much. There's a lot of refinement that has to go in there. And I suspect if you asked us to come back with a full coverage program, the numbers would be very, very different. So please don't hold us to that.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to get some sense about that because, again, it's important information because, again, it gives us at least this member, some idea about what it takes to grow this under a pilot banner or just as a program. We say we're going to do this, and we're going to embark on this, and it's our commitment to do so, either to sustain it, to grow it, to adjust it going forward. I just wanted to have some sense of that. I didn't ask that question in my briefing earlier in the week, and I think it's important to note. Okay, that's all I need for now.
One thing about that, Supervisor, if I may just add a comment or two, is, of course, the pilot's going to inform what a bigger scale project would look like. That's why you do a pilot. You learn from it. So it's difficult to make projections about what the full thing would look like before you've really done any actual operation. And we'll be tracking this, of course, and keeping you posted on that.
That's understandable. I guess I would just say, Bruce, but to the point that a pilot can be as big or as small, again, assuming you have the funding and all the resources to support, and you can hire up and do it appropriately. But I just, again, so this is what you bring us, staying within that number, but if we want to do something different based upon, our deliberations, then we certainly can do that. I just need to kind of have an idea of what it means. And then to your point, this is going to, I'm sure, evolve. Even if you went full force 24/7, 365 and had the funding support, you're still going to evolve the program over time. I just got to imagine you're going to learn about different times of day, different seasons potentially, different other types of inputs. So, okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. And I know you need to get through your presentation, Jim, but
I'm here for you.
I think this chart is, though, it's telling in so many different ways. And one of the things that I just kind of realized is that I have to assume, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I have to assume most of the calls are being made by people that are by individuals that are not in crisis. It's being made by someone that is witnessing someone that's in crisis, related to someone that's in crisis, someone near someone in crisis. Doesn't mean that all the calls are like that, but I have to assume that a majority are made by another party besides the individual who's actually in crisis. And if you consider the hours of the day where you have the highest calls here, I guess it should be no surprise that perhaps this is reflective of when those folks that are actually doing the calling, who aren't in crisis, are awake, around, and able to make those calls. And so this may actually be more reflective of the call behavior made by those that are not actually suffering the crisis, more so than those that are actually suffering the crisis. So something to consider as well.
I think that's a fair assessment. Okay. So in the call center, we'll have them staffed by 5
Excuse
senior...
me, Jim.
Can I follow up on one more thing on that?
One more.
Sorry, no, thank you, Madam Chair. It just struck me. Every one of those sheriff's calls, did you dig into those to see? Okay, so there are a lot of those calls in that universe that are emergency calls that could involve a crime being committed or could involve, for instance, a violent act, right? No.
These are the ones that we considered mental health calls.
So they had no aspect of violence or criminal activity.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. I want to clarify that too. So I think that's
very
really
important.
Because there's a lot of other calls that do involve those aspects.
This is just a subset of the much larger volume.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. The 5 senior mental health counselors that are actually answering the phone. What this does is give us an opportunity to have a mental health professional initially field that call and take appropriate action. We have concluded, based on our community input, that a non-law enforcement phone number is the best option. This is something that just like Supervisor Frost mentioned, it's an issue with the police departments. They think all calls should go through the 911 number. That's one perspective. The community members that responded to our outreach were very emphatic that they didn't want it to be a law enforcement number. So that's the basis of our proposal here. And of course, a big piece of that, because we have a new phone number, 911 is ubiquitous. Everybody knows that. I've been working with David Villanueva to find a nice catchy number that we can put on the side of a bus or on a billboard or something to advertise this so that people know this. And that's part of what we'll be doing in our first year, is really marketing that. So in our second year of the pilot, we'll have a better idea of the total volume of calls and the types of calls and whatnot from a full year's implementation with the public's knowledge.
Excuse me, I have a question. In the list of items that the call center could potentially triage, I understand it could be homeless, it could be anyone. And so we have navigators who are basically trained and or certified. They're not necessarily someone who have a 4-year degree and a master's in psychology or psychiatry, and so they're not probably paid as much. It's a more efficient financial model. So how will those calls be handled if you have senior mental health counselors managing the triage?
Dr. Quist?
Excuse me. I apologize. I'm not sure if I completely understood the question. If it's about the Triage Navigator program, we have a very broad array of programming, and we're hoping to be able to use our senior mental health counselors at the call centers in order to triage those calls and identify what resource within our array of services will be most appropriate for them and make that referral and linkage. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, so like they'll be in the call center. So if it's a homeless person who needs help, they'll pass it off to the appropriate navigator, is what you're telling me.
Correct. Yeah.
They won't be the call center. They will be a supervisor, more of a supervisor, or.
So the mental health counselors are going to be trained on our full array of services and be able to have access to making referrals directly to any of our programs.
I think it's important to understand that one of the primary reasons for having senior mental health counselors is their expertise. So they get somebody on the line, they can immediately see if we can't de-escalate it right now and get the real impact of what's going on and make an assessment, make an appropriate referral, get one of our teams out there, but have that clinical expertise to diagnose, if you will, what's going on and how best to respond, either them personally. And we see the opportunity for a lot of that happening, where our call center will actually be able to complete the necessary action on the phone. If not, then we refer to whoever's appropriate.
So will there be communication between the call center and the law enforcement community, for instance, so that they have knowledge that there were 5 calls of domestic disturbance at this house in this area at this location, so that when they get that one call that could be their first call, right, and they're not thinking, oh, this is that house that's a problem. This is those people that are always fighting. Gosh, it's getting more frequent. It's getting worse. They won't have any clue of what the history is, or will there be that connection, so that the police have some knowledge of what's going on in their jurisdiction.
That's one of the things we want to work with the police on. But it's fascinating. I had a personal experience a couple of years ago where we had in our neighborhood someone who needed this exact type of service. And what happened is we called our urgent care mental health clinic down at Stockton Boulevard and wound up transporting this person down there. And it was, oh, hi, Susan, how are you? It's good to see you again. And just, most of these people are well known in the community, in the different service providers. But there is that need for the communication with the police or the sheriff's department, and we need to develop that. And that's one of the things we want to do during our 4 months before we go live July 1st, if in fact that's your board's decision. But I agree, that's a big issue.
Thanks, Jim.
Okay, we looked at the 3-digit numbers, and they're all taken. That's obviously, if we'd gotten one of those, that would be wonderful. But in talking with David de Villanueva, I think we can come up with some good ideas for 7-digit numbers like 1-800, get care, something like that, where it's easy to remember.
There's not a 111?
111 would get you started on a long distance call just by dialing 1. Yeah, we've been asked that one before. So the call center will be staffed by the mental health professionals, triage and the level of need, and because most of these folks are already being treated, we could look at our electronic records and determine who their provider is, what their mental health needs are, and be able to come up with a good response.
Excuse me, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just on this slide, it occurs to me in part of the conversation with someone earlier today that if you get a number established and that it comes in, the mental health professional triages the call, but if it's an appropriate response for law enforcement,
we're on 911. Boom.
Yeah, 911. And likewise, if 911 gets a call and you work it out and it comes through the county dispatch, or it comes through one of the cities, will those calls be automatically routed if they make the assessment it's not a non-emergency? Because again, that's another portal that someone's called 911, but it's determined, just as you've gone through this whole chart we talked about here, over the last half hour about these calls that are clearly not. They have the ability to route that call, because that to me would be very key too. Because if you got countywide coverage, and we're only looking at sheriff's calls here, and you have the arrangement so that you can de-escalate, whether it's in the city of Elk Grove or city of Citrus Heights or city of Isleton, going to have appropriate, triaging of it, or those dispatch centers, will they route right back to whatever you just number you decide on here?
You have a key word, and that is ability. And the answer is absolutely yes. The desire and motivation is the other issue. We're getting pushback from.
Well, no, I know, but again, I kind of, the precursor to that is that you work it through with the jurisdictions,
right.
and there are decisions made that, at their level, there are calls that they would concur at a certain type of call or certain, but if you have their dispatchers, I guess, in those jurisdictions, if folks didn't call this number that we have, no matter where they are in the county, that they could then route those to our dispatch during the hours that we're open.
That would be our desire.
Okay. That's a key piece. That will potentially determine, a good portion of your volume. I mean, when you talk about the city of Sacramento and combined with the city of Elk Grove, I mean, you got half the county, more than half the county population in the incorporated cities.
Yes.
So that volume, again, you're building this around the model that the sheriff's calls, but if we're going to respond everywhere.
It's a significant volume, yes.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that's not accounted for, no matter how good you scrub the statistics from the sheriff, because we don't have that other information. I mean, you have some anecdotally, obviously, as recently as last night, but I could imagine in the city of Sacramento, the volume could be significant.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think to just piggyback on to Supervisor Natoli, I think that really, I understand the desire to not have any law enforcement involved in this at all. I mean, I think the most important aspect of this is not to have, law enforcement be the one encountering the individual in crisis. But I think just practically speaking, since you're dealing with so many different jurisdictions in Sacramento County, all of whom have their own separate 911 dispatch center, it's great to have that 7-digit number dedicated to this, 1-800-GET-CARE or whatever it is, but there has to be an element of training these 911 dispatchers in each of these jurisdictions, because a lot of those calls will get triaged to this unit, as they should. And And the other thing, I look at this review, electronic behavioral health records. I have personally been involved in a lot of situations where you encounter somebody who's maybe known to law enforcement, or that maybe they have weapons registered to them, or they're wanted for they're armed and dangerous, wanted for committing some kind of violent crime. I mean, I think it's really crucial for the safety of the individuals involved in this to have that communication and relationship with law enforcement. I mean, law enforcement, say a call comes in to 911 center in Citrus Heights or whatever. Well, Citrus Heights can check, okay, we're going to triage this and send it to this mental health care unit, which is great, but they could also do a quick check and make sure there isn't, okay, they're going to a home where we know there's someone there who's armed, there's weapons, that kind of thing. So I understand we want to completely decouple it from law enforcement, but I don't see how we're going to do that and maintain the safety of the individuals who are doing this and get the maximum effect we can be getting. So just my comment about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually going to reserve most of my comments till after public comment. We've had a chance to hear from everybody, but I have to respond to Supervisor Desmond on that, and that I've been on many of these public discussions. There are those who have called for removing law enforcement out of this entirely, but that has never been any driving force behind what I've talked with our staff about, and what most of the public, I think. So I don't want to. It's a red herring if we talk about removing law enforcement entirely, and I don't want to go down that road because I don't think anybody is talking about that seriously. We realize that, or I realize, I can't speak, no royal we here, but that there are times that it takes law enforcement to come and destabilize a situation, make sure that a situation is stabilized and that everybody's safe. The person who's being called upon or has called themselves is safe and not going to hurt anybody else. So that's a given. Now, I've had people in the community say, no, you're wrong. You should remove law enforcement entirely, and I just say that that's completely unreasonable and never going to happen, frankly, nor, in my opinion, should it. What this is about is removing law enforcement, and I think that the arrest statistics were pretty telling that Jim showed that there's still such a huge number or percentage of calls that don't require law enforcement. And those are what this program focuses on, in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you. I appreciate that, Supervisor Kennedy. And that's just wanted to put that out there. And I know I think you have a good understanding of. I'm with you. I'm there with you on those situations that I've experienced myself in my prior career, where it would have been so great if there was an alternative. You go in, and maybe someone is experiencing some kind of crisis there in the middle of a roadway or something, get them out of the roadway or close off traffic and let an expert come in who's much better at handling it. So I'm with you. It's some really great and exciting things that we think we can do with this program. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just on
yes.
on the point, I think to what my colleagues have just said, I think there's certainly a very important distinction here, and that is that there will be a significant volume of calls that will come in through this number that won't be routed through law enforcement, and they will be calls from mental health services or other human services to what was described in the PowerPoint earlier. I mean, that's the intent. And to my earlier point about some cross-referencing, though, that calls that will come in through other portals to the no wrong door point, 911, 311, 211, whatever your care line number is, that, however those come in, and whoever's responsible for doing the initial receipt of the call and, determination about dispatch for whatever services are determined and the dispatchers are skilled at that, and we're going to have skilled dispatchers at this number, that I assume there may be calls that come in there that may warrant, to the point you made earlier, Jim, that, may warrant, law enforcement's involvement or go to 911, but I think that's where the skill set and the refinement, and it'll be a dynamic situation. It'll be hour by hour every day. But I think it's important that what we're working towards here, if I'm understanding it in its full context, is to have a mental health, community, personal health, community health, quality of life response team with trained dispatchers, trained skilled professionals that can respond to those incidents, which we know a lot of them, has been said here many times, that don't necessarily warrant or don't warrant the law enforcement response. But there's going to be triaging, and there's going to be people are going to have to make calls, as they do every day, 24/7 in this community, about how, but they don't have this resource available to them right now, or it's very limited in any respect. And so I think that, to me, is a real clear distinction. That's what, to Supervisor Kennedy's point and others have been made here. You're trying to get to a large bulk of calls for service, calls for people that are in need of help, and to get the appropriate help to respond, and hopefully have much better outcomes for everybody involved.
Proceed.
Thank you. So on the telephone, we've covered most all of this already, as crisis intervention, de-escalation on the phone, and connecting the clients with their service providers, maybe dispatching a mental health response team, or referring them to other services as necessary. Our response teams would be 4 different teams with a senior mental health counselor and a peer specialist. This is a big factor with the community. They wanted that peer specialist who has the lived experience. They have experienced mental health, they've overcome it, and now they're out here to help someone else do the same, and they can say, I've been there. And this is the way to resolve this, and really identify with that person, and then have the clinician there for the professional assessment. And in accordance with what the community asks for, there'll be civilian vehicles, no uniforms, badges, or weapons. And I think we've talked about most of these functional already. Again, the last 2, if necessary, we access the mobile crisis support teams. And I think we have 7 of those that are fully staffed right now at different jurisdictions, which pair a law enforcement officer with a mental health professional. And at least if our experience with the Folsom was anything to be replicated in the other communities, they love that. They're very pleased with that. Glad to see that. And then as last resort, if we have to, we'd call 911. So for a possible full implementation plan, we use what we learned in the pilot. As you said, Supervisor Serna and Natoli, a pilot is something to see what works and what doesn't, and where we should go from the future, and how much. Would be probably necessary to adjust the call center staff, and certainly the mental health response teams. And although the functions and outcomes are likely to be very much the same, going from from 3 8-hour shifts per weekday, getting there was going to be a lot of folks and weekends. And again, please don't hold me to those numbers I gave before. Those were kind of the back of the napkin type things, and will most definitely change. We've talked a lot about the issues that the police have raised, and I just want to address a couple of them. We've had a lot of discussion about the 911 system, and that's what Cahoots uses up in Eugene. That's what they use in Denver. Our proposal is based on a response to our community. We want to be responsive to the community. That's why we're suggesting the non-law enforcement number. And anecdotally, I could read you a tragic story that just happened in Antioch, where a young man was, let's just say there was a 911 call, and he did not survive it, and the family is suing the city now, and all kinds of nasty things. That's the type of thing that too many people in our community are at least aware of, and have a fear of law enforcement. That's why the need for the non-law enforcement number from their perspective. As I said, the police chiefs raised the significant issue of domestic violence and sexual assault, and that's not an issue. That's a crime. We refer it to 911. The city of Folsom is, it's kind of a unique place, and they told us that their homeless population is stable. They have a social network, and they actually tend to exclude people from outside the community who might want to become homeless and live in Folsom on the streets. But it was an interesting aside. One of the concerns, and it's one we share, is with a small pilot like this, the response times. And you mentioned this, Supervisor Frost. Because we have the small numbers, we would be making a lot of referrals to law enforcement. You know, if we have 8 calls in an hour, we're not going to be able to handle that. That'll have to be farmed out. And we'd like to have more teams to be able to do that, but based on your assessments and approvals, we don't have that kind of money. The safety for our field responders was mentioned, and that's something that we want to talk to the police about and get their ideas. Anytime you go out in the field, I don't care what you're going for, there are unknown risks out there. Some may be very slight, some may be serious. But we want to take a long look at that because we certainly want to protect our staff and not put them in situations where they might be harmed. And if I'm not mistaken, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Jim. At this time, we don't have any directors in the queue, and I know we have about 15 people on the phone. So if it's the will of everyone, I'll just go right to public comment.
Please send the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Great. My name's Lamaya Coleman, and I live in Supervisor Cernas District. My best friend's brother lives with schizophrenia. When he has psychotic breaks, he completely loses touch with reality, and he can feel scary and threatening. He's done things like climbing up on their roof and hurling down both insults and objects at the neighbors. If I were his neighbor, I'd feel scared when this was happening. And if I were him, the one having the psychotic break, I'd feel terrified, confused, and likely out of control. If police show up armed with both a gun and a lack of understanding, skill, and training, they could well feel threatened too. My friend's brother would also probably feel threatened by their presence and act accordingly, but not in a predictable way. The situation could turn very ugly very quickly. Statistically, the fact that he's Latino increases the chance of a bad outcome. When he has these episodes, he needs help. He needs to be de-escalated so he is not perceived as a significant imminent threat. He needs to be de-escalated so he's not a real, albeit smaller than perceived, threat to himself nor to others. He needs to be gotten back on his meds. Once back on his meds, he stabilizes and lives a fairly regular life. When these episodes are starting, before they fully escalate, and certainly once they're full-blown, his loved ones, as well as those around him, need somewhere to call, day or night, to reach skilled and compassionate mental health workers or peers with lived experience and extensive training in mental health and de-escalation. No one benefits when the wrong professionals, law enforcement, show up. Please approve the Sac County 911 alternative and fund it with $15 million redirected from the sheriff's budget. As Supervisors Natoli and Cerner talked about, we need to provide services all week. We need to fund this for success, not for failure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Corrine McIntosh Sacco. I'm a resident of Sac County District 2, represented by Supervisor Kennedy. I'm also a licensed clinical psychologist that's been providing mental health services to Sac County residents for over the past 15 years. I'm calling to express my strong support for increased funding from the $1.5 million being offered to support this program for 911 alternatives for mental health emergencies. It deserves to be funded in order to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just like a jail or a hospital does. What the proposed pilot's considering the peak or bulk call time only captures 55.6% of calls. That leaves 44% of calls unanswered and thus falling back on law enforcement to respond. Are we really more concerned about law enforcement's business model? Or are we more focused on meeting the needs of our marginalized and vulnerable community members that are at risk of being killed due to the current inappropriate response model? Appropriately funding this 911 Alternatives program will save lives. 5 to 20% of all police incidents in the U.S. involve a person with mental illness. 1 in every 4 police killings is that of a person with mental illness. Sac County Sheriff's Department uses more deadly force than 50% of all other sheriff departments in our state. Joseph Mann, Gabby Navarez, Michael McIntyre, Daryl Richards, and Dejan Flanagan are just a few of the names of individuals who've died by the hands of Sacramento law enforcement while experiencing a mental health crisis. Currently, a call to 911 leads to law enforcement responding to the scene of a mental health emergency. Although they've had training on how to de-escalate confrontations with people experiencing mental illness, they don't have the proper knowledge, training, or experience to make meaningful clinical assessments in the field. They rely on their standard procedure for an armed suspect, which is to yell commands and prepare to use deadly force, which only leads to increased agitation or aggression from the person suffering from a mental health crisis, and this prompts police to open fire. We need to shift how we view those experiencing a mental health crisis. Instead of viewing these individuals as dangerous sources
Can you
of
please
disorder
conclude your comments?
that need to be controlled through aggressive or intensive policing, let's look at them as individuals experiencing a significant deterioration in their mental health functioning due to the lack of adequate treatment and services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Robin Durston I'm in District 2. I'm calling on behalf of the Poor People's Campaign. We ask that this program be funded to succeed with $15 million invested to ensure 24/7 services. The Board of Supervisors should divert these funds from the bloated Sheriff's Department budget. The sheriff receives the lion's share of our public dollars and yet reports an average of $4 million in unspent dollars per year. The point of this program is to fund services that Sheriff Jones has publicly stated he has no interest in providing, such as responding to mental health or homeless needs. We ask that a community advisory board with impacted people be formed to inform and design and implement alternative non-law enforcement responses for mental health and homeless needs, and have independent dispatch systems not connected to law enforcement. In Sacramento, we already have a program, MH First. The county should fund MH First as a contracted advisor to the development of city-county models. Response teams should consist of mental health clinicians, peers with lived experience, social workers, and medical clinicians. Expertise should be de-escalation, trauma-informed, behavioral health-centered, and response to race, culture, gender, and disability. Crisis service must include housing and shelter, mental health assessment and services, food, water, and other survival needs, medical care and medication, and crisis stabilization and respite centers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
I start now?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ron Lawrence, and I'm the Chief of Police for the City of Citrus Heights. I'm speaking on behalf of all of the police chiefs in Sacramento County today. That's the police chief in Sacramento, Folsom, Elk Grove, Galt, and of course myself in Citrus Heights. The police chiefs from each city in Sacramento County held an emergency meeting this morning to discuss this item before the board today. Unfortunately, as one of the largest stakeholders with regards to issues of government response to residents suffering from a mental health crisis, as well as homeless issues in our communities, all of the police chiefs in our county were completely caught off guard by this item and surprised to learn about this pilot program. In fact, we only learned about it just in the past couple of days and still do not understand nor know all of the details on how it would impact our local municipalities. It's truly unfortunate that the police chiefs have been completely left out of this conversation. As such, we have numerous questions that are critical for any type of program such as this to be successful. I suspect our fire chiefs have also been left out of this crucial conversation as well. To be clear, the police chiefs are open to exploring alternatives to non-police response to non-criminal, non-violent calls dealing specific to assisting mental health illness and homelessness, but we have far too many unanswered questions at this point to support this pilot program. We would not support any non-police response to crimes in progress, or violence to include domestic situations. Now, I've worked very well with Bruce Wagstaff and his staff, and I respect his leadership, and I'll take him at his word that he will bring us into this conversation moving forward. But I'll admit that the concept of, well, let's just get this started and see how it goes and work out the details later is simply not acceptable to the police chiefs. Our concern is that this type of experiment with some of our most vulnerable populations could, and likely will, lead to unnecessary victims being injured and or killed. Each one of our police departments has its own 911 call center, so understanding how our 911 emergency dispatchers would interface with a completely different call center is complex in and of itself. Here in my city alone, in Citrus Heights in 2020, we had 348 mental health-related calls for service and 3,037 homeless-related calls for service. Now, as a police chief, before I handle those type of bulks of calls over to some other entity to make sure that the quality is where we expect it to be in Citrus Heights, I need to be making real sure that this is something that we're working out together. Something of this magnitude requires law enforcement and social services to work closely together in partnership as teams, which we have. We have mental health crisis teams now, and they work successfully. We have them here in Citrus Heights and Folsom and other communities, and we're proud of the work that they've done. I'll say, too, that most of our elected officials have not been made aware of this pilot program either, and certainly they would have many questions as well. More important than reinventing a response to mental health and our homeless issues is creating adequate bed space and good long-term programs to assist our vulnerable populations with their mental health or addiction issues.
Chief Lawrence, I gave you an extra minute, but I wonder if you can begin to wrap up your comments.
Sure, we'll do that. So as the police chiefs, we have our concern, we voiced our concern, we potentially support this concept and would respectfully recommend the Board of Supervisors not move forward at this time, to slow down and take a very concerned and deliberate approach to this rather than haphazardly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Sometimes they get in a conversation with the caller.
It's okay.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Karen Rom, and I'm calling in from Fair Oaks. I just want to call in to support, like others, increasing the funding allocated to this pilot program for $15 million. We need to ensure success with this pilot and ensure 24/7 services. Nobody can hear me?
No, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, sorry about that. So, without proper funding, this program is certain to fail. And I disagree with Jim Hunt's comment that we don't have the money for a properly funded pilot program. There's plenty of money that the county is considering coming out of the general fund for a new jail expansion. But what we need to do is invest in our community and the mental health issues before they become criminalized. This program will also only succeed if it's shaped by those most impacted by the criminalization of mental health in our county. So I think that the program should have a community advisory board with a diverse group of residents, including those with disabilities and minority groups that are overrepresented in the homeless and jail populations, as well as mental health experts and not law enforcement. With all due respect to Supervisor Frost and Natoli's comments about making sure that jurisdictions and responsibilities are outlined, mental health is a response that is a county responsibility, not city, and should be handled as a county responsibility. It seems like the board recognizes that 5-day-a-week approach for the pilot is not enough. I really urge you to increase funding for this program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. My name is Keon Bliss, and I'm a constituent of District 1, and I'm calling in to demand that this 911 alternative program be funded to actually succeed, not with the $1.6 million that staff is proposing, but with the $15 million that both Supervisors Sterna and Kennedy have suggested could be as far back as November. I applaud Supervisor Sterna and Natoli for lifting up the need for ensuring that this program provides 24/7 services on all days of the week, and that's exactly what we need in order to do that. 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. simply doesn't cut it, and according to the county's own numbers, that would miss more than 44% of the calls. So, if we want to give mental health professionals the backing they need to be successful, they need the funding to actually make this happen. If county staff seriously looked at alternative models like the Cahoots program and the Denver Star program, they would see that it actually resulted in their municipalities having savings as over $8 million, as they found with the Cahoots model. We need investment in a robust alternative, and we've already seen the programs work elsewhere, including here in Sacramento. In case staff was wondering, you already have a community support team that consists of peer family support specialists and Sacramento County mental health counselors who provide a mobile response to community members experiencing crisis. They provide crisis intervention, situation stabilization, mental health assessments, and intervention, among so many other things that work countywide. And yet, for some reason, staff continues to insist that this is a pilot program, reinventing the wheel that doesn't already need to be reinvented. It's already here. Why aren't we scaling up the programs that already exist? And furthermore, why aren't we sharing resources with community-based, with local organizations that are already working independent of the county, such as Mental Health First? If you're worried about trying to encompass a population of 1.5 million people, why not work collaboratively with the cities together and the county level? Scale up the community support teams to actually fund, to support the broader county at large, and then give the local grassroots organizations the resources to help them in the city areas. That could actually make a lot. That would actually make a lot of sense. Furthermore, we need, importantly, an independent dispatch system that's not connected to law enforcement, which has been the conversation since this summer's conversations around racial injustice here in Sacramento. It would give an immediate and low barrier access to these alternative services. And the number one priority reflected in the survey data that was collected by People's Budget Sacramento is community-based mental health support. It requires an independent emergency phone number and 24/7 dispatch system so communities can feel safe to call it during crisis and not fear potential interaction with law enforcement. That's always been the conversation. So I'm kind of taken aback by Supervisor Kennedy suggesting that we don't that this was never intended to completely remove law enforcement. Because
can you please conclude your comments?
Even just from the current stats in the jail, that more than 55% of people that are held 7 days or less are mental health calls.
Can you please conclude your comments, please?
Yes. I really am encouraging this board to show real courage and boldness in giving the funding that this program needs to be successful. Not a pilot program, but actually scaling up what you already have and working collaboratively.
Can you please conclude your comments,
organizations that
sir?
are already doing this work alternatively.
Okay, next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
PJ, District 1. Just to be clear, our current system is sending folks with mental illness to jail if they're lucky, and many end up being injured or killed. So the police chief's concerns that folks trained in these issues will somehow fare worse is bull. Why wouldn't you invest at least enough to ensure this Alternatives to 911 program has a chance of being successful in a big way? 24/7, 365 availability is required. In fact, that is the bare minimum when it comes to the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration requirements for a regional mental health program. It's literally first on their list. Recommendation by staff leaves 44% of people unserved and potentially facing deadly interactions with law enforcement. The STAR model in Denver resulted in 0 arrests, 0 people dead. In fact, of the around 50 people who called them and were suicidal, none killed themselves. And Denver is now on track to invest an additional $3 million into that program to expand it. Cahoots saved the city of Eugene something like $8 million just by having mental health professionals respond instead of officers who often have salaries well into 6 digits. And the money needs to come from the sheriff. I know some of you may see this as a big pie of appropriations, but the community needs to see a reduction in the budget for the sheriff and an increase in the budget for behavioral health and thus health services for a commensurate amount. And please work with community-based organizations that are already doing the wet work. They are already doing it for free. And as was said before, in the listening sessions, this needs to have a 3-digit number. And police need to not be involved. The STAR model shows us that they don't need to get involved. Numerous interactions that end up deadly show us that they do not need to get involved. They've had since September to weigh in, and they already have an institutional advantage. Their complaint about not being included rings hollow. The reality is that millions of mental health professionals around the country handle those having crises without ever involving police. Why don't you approach the jail expansion as a pilot, since it has zero guarantee of being a good investment? And many that would have needed the jail expansion services will be diverted to other programs if Alternatives to 911 is implemented. And the Alternatives to 911 has a better chance of addressing some of the consent decree items and for a much lower cost. It's frustrating because you seem so willing to commit to a jail expansion plan that's going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars, but approach this proven model of alternatives with tippy toes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sankawa Boykin. I live in Mr. Cerna's district. First, I would like to echo the demand of Sacramento's people's budget to increase the budget for this program to $15 million. I would also like to state that the police chief from Citrus Heights was correct. In order to truly fill in these gaps, we need more beds, we need more infrastructure, and we need more programs. Where you were wrong at, Chief, is when you said that the police were necessary. There are several examples across the country, including an example here in Sacramento, MH First, that proves that police are not necessary to do this work. And in fact, this work is being done with no fatalities and no lawsuits to the city nor the county. If we think about the cost difference alone that it takes to send 2 armed men or 2 EMS drivers to pick up a person who is likely not dangerous to a facility, our county hospitals get 5 to 10 5150 calls and 9 non-5150 calls to their hospitals. Those workups cost an average of $2,200 a piece. And if you think about that cost going across the 4 different county hospitals, that's a really large number per patient. When increasing the 16 staff members that you need to go overnight is only $4,800. I commend Mr. Hunt and also Dr. Quest for holding up the community's demands. We also ask that you hold up to all of those demands. We ask that you not pick and choose which demands you would like to listen to the community on. And those demands are, we know that $1.5 million is not enough. We know that money can be easily taken from the sheriff's budget. And we are also demanding that there is an independent community advisory board for this project that consists of impacted people, mental health professionals, and medical professionals. And I would also like to add, if anyone told us that we can only get emergency medical care between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 and 6 p.m., they would be laughed at. It would be ludicrous. And I don't think that when
Can you please wrap up your comments?
The chief got an extra minute. I'll take a few seconds. So when folks are dealing with mental health crises, which are medical concerns, for y'all to even say that you would attempt to do something that is just business hours, when you have funding, you have infrastructure, you have resources.
Can you please wrap up your comments, please?
And make up these plans. Don't insult our intelligence that way.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hello. My name is Kula Koenig. I'm a resident of District 3. Just calling to say a few different things. One, I was pretty disappointed to see the proposal that was put forth. Always trying to see if this county can be bold in terms of addressing the needs of people who are the most vulnerable in crisis. And to see staff's proposal was very just lackluster and, kind of the bare minimum. Which it's just like we can't keep doing things the same way and think that we're going to get different results. And so I've always asked for this board to be a little bit more bold in what they're trying to do. Similarly, as when we called in with the sheriff oversight, the civilian commission, really wanting bold moves for the safety of our community and taking funding away from law enforcement, which is not making us safer. I want to thank you, Supervisor Cerna, for bringing up the weekends. If this is, quote unquote, a pilot project, which as other callers have said, we have mental health first here, and so that is a pilot. And I know that Director Quist had some conversations with the folks from Mental Health First, so I'm not sure why a lot of the things that they're doing were not incorporated, because they're right here in Sacramento and they've been highlighted a number of times. But I thank you, Supervisor Sterner, for bringing up that the weekend needs to be there. If this is going to be set up to succeed, then it really should have those data points in there. And I really, again, don't understand why the staff did not incorporate that in there. I don't know if the board told them, hey, you only have a certain amount, and so you have to come up with something that's very, very bare bones, or if that just was their doing because they are just not being imaginative enough. I also want to thank you, Supervisor Natoli, for the great questions and explaining to your colleague, Supervisor Kennedy, that, when people are calling in, their calls are going to be routed accordingly, and that means that some will have no law enforcement. And that is the idea of it. And so, Supervisor Kennedy, I'm surprised why you're saying this is a red herring. You were the one who proposed this in the first place, and it seems as now you're flipping or being a little scared. But I just do want to thank Supervisor Natoli for really pushing in, and that Sure. And the last thing is just, I wish I could get an extra minute like the sheriff did. But anyways, I want to look at think about the 811 number, and that may be the one that we need to change so that we can have that number for the 911 responses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Courtney Poole, and I live in District 1. As a social worker who has witnessed firsthand law enforcement response to mental health crises, 911 alternatives are long overdue. But the $1.5 million budget is not enough, and we need a full 24/7 rolled out program now. Please amend the current proposal to include the following. Create a program that is 24/7. Many mental health crises occur after business hours. At least $15 million needs to be invested into this program in order for the program to effectively support community needs. If it's not 24/7, law enforcement will still largely be involved in responding to mental health crises, which we know is not working. Take this money from the sheriff's unspent budget. Every year, the sheriff reports not spending $4 million. Let's invest 4 years of this. We need to divert these funds from the sheriff. This is part of the national call to reinvest law enforcement dollars into the community and start taking care of each other instead of harming. No collaboration with the police. This project needs to be independent of the police and have an independent advisory board to inform the design and implementation of the program. We need expertise, the expertise of lived experience. And finally, ensure that these programs are allowed to interact with community members without police involvement, with independent dispatch systems. We have a great model already being implemented here in Sacramento called MH First, and that connected with community mental health programs for follow-up services will really help. Thank you for your time, and please, please listen to these demands.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. Courtney Hanson, District 1, and I'm part of Decarcerate Sacramento, and I do really wish that you all approach your jail expansion projects with this level of scrutiny. I really wish you would tippy-toe into that reckless project like a pilot, but you were prepared to jump into a commitment of hundreds of millions of dollars into a system that we know isn't working. And police do not get to be the quality control body here. Police are not the primary stakeholders here, though their bullying power dynamics were painfully clear in the opening remarks today. We all already know the politics that law enforcement groups will try to get their hands on this and prevent any real change from happening. Kevin Nicholson, the head of the Sheriff's Association, he knows this, on record saying, if the supervisors want to resource anything else, there are only 3 places where they can get that money: the district attorney, the probation department, or the sheriff's department. And I do not understand how we're not talking about systemic racism and racial justice. Did you all forget about last summer already? That is why we are here. Did you forget about George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Daniel Prude, Marshall Miles, Antonio Thomas, Kershawn Geiger, Willie Brown Jr.? We are here because of uprisings against racist violence committed by police as an institution. And you cannot separate these things. Systemic racism and the criminalization of poverty and mental illness determines who gets hurt and who gets services. We are tired of witnessing and experiencing mental health crises being met with force, criminalization, beatings, and preventable deaths. It's estimated that over half and up to 75% of people killed by police annually in our country have a mental illness. And I want to address what Mr. Hunt mentioned, that calls that did not result in arrest are good candidates for alternatives. This implies that anyone who has ever been arrested couldn't have been diverted into services instead, that those people are always guilty and the police are always correct in their escalations and arrests. We are here having this conversation because police are often incorrect. Over half of the people they arrest and put into our jails are pre-trial and legally convicted of nothing. We are here because police actively escalate situations that then result in criminalization. It's not
Can you
inevitable.
please wrap up your comments?
Yes, I'm almost done. Your policy choices and budget decisions are funneling people into the largest public housing and mental health hospital that we have, which is the jail system. With all due respect, you're trapped still in very reactive thinking.
Can you please wrap up your
If you fully
comments?
invest in this program, it will create prevention and we will have less crises to respond to. Please fully fund it 24/7 with sheriff dollars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mo Kashmiri. I live in District 1. I'm one of those, like many, who has a family member who has schizophrenia. And, you know, he's one of the nicest souls you'll ever meet. But when he's off his meds, like, you know, sometimes people are potentially threatened by him. We need this program funded at $15 million with the Community Oversight Board. We can't keep placing folks like in harm's way by having police respond to these calls. We need to set it up for a program that works, and we know that it can work because it's worked elsewhere. I also I would ask all the supervisors to show some courage. We're looking at you. We're counting on you. We need your support to increase this to $15 million so we have a project that can work. I also want to address earlier one of the sheriff's representatives came in and said they needed more time. There can be more time, and it'll work faster if we're actually funding the department adequately, so that funding the full $15 million, so they have the resources to also figure out, connect, and work together to figure out how it's going to work. I don't think it's mutually exclusive. I think we can fund the positions at $15 million and keep working out the implementation details as we go. I also just wanted to say that I'm completely offended that folks, the sheriff the department representative was given an extra minute, and our community representatives, like Kula Koning and Asantua, were not. I think that's really ridiculous. I think if there's rules, we should apply them equally across the board to everybody. Thanks again. We look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, yes. I have my own comment, but I would first like to send this message from my mother, who served as a psychiatric registered nurse here in Sacramento for over a decade, and who has been a psychotherapist for the past 35 years. At this moment, she's providing therapy to her patients who are experiencing mental health crises, so she could not call in. She wanted me to convey her support for 911 alternatives and ask that they be fully funded. She also wanted me to tell you that in her experience, involving law enforcement in mental health situations brings very negative responses for some people and dangerously escalates situations. I implore you to listen to the community and experienced mental health providers like my mother. That's her comment, and here's my comment. I would like to address the continual mention by board members Sue Frost and Rich Desmond that police need to be a big part of alternatives to 911 and mental health matters in our community. Sue Frost just stated that it is not fair to leave police out of an alternative to 911 and mental health issues in Sacramento because it impacts their business model, which I think is very telling. So are we concerned about law enforcement business models? In other words, more money for Sac police and sheriffs' already bloated budgets? Those exact same motivations seem to be behind the recent CARE Act scandal, where former county CEO Nav Gill gave 85% of our COVID emergency aid to law enforcement. But this is all about money and how that money is spent. An alternative to 911 doesn't serve a law enforcement business model. And it shouldn't bloat an already huge budget of law enforcement. Instead, it would directly serve our community and provide much needed help to our most at-risk community members. And as has been stated previously by those presenting, we, the members of the Sacramento community, have been emphatic that we do not want police or sheriff involved in health crises calls. Our reasons for this are based on facts and the history of the harm done by law enforcement to members of our community. Safety has been mentioned as a reason to bring law enforcement into cases of mental health crises, but it's actually very unsafe to involve law enforcement in these situations.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
I'm wrapping them up, but I also spoke for my mother who couldn't be here, so I'd appreciate
Sure.
a little bit of respect here. Thank you very much.
Of course. I'll give you an extra 30 seconds.
Thank you. Appreciate that. There's evidence that 50 to 75% of people killed by police annually in the U.S. have a mental illness. And Black, Indigenous, and other people of color and those with disabilities are disproportionately harmed and killed by law enforcement. So Sue and Rich are correct in saying that safety is a huge issue, but it's exactly the opposite from what they're pushing. Bringing police into mental health matters is very unsafe for our community members, and I demand, and my mother demands, who's a mental health expert in the field, she demands that you fully fund a 24/7, 365 days of the year 911 alternative. And we're talking about a woman who's 5'2", who worked on a ward where people were trying to kill themselves, and she had her nose punched, and she was able to de-escalate situations with her expertise and always had a good result. So, you know, it can be done. Suck it up, make it happen, fund this program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kelsey. I was born and raised in Sacramento, so I'm a constituent of District 1. I am calling with total support of the proposed alternative to 911 for mental health calls. I'm a community social worker here in Sacramento. I work with people who experience mental illness every day. And I want you to know that with training and experience, mental health professionals de-escalate mental health crises every single day without weapons, without killing anyone. This alternative is more effective, offers better service to people in crisis, it's safer for people in crisis, and is more cost-effective than funding law enforcement. Community has spoken. There's overwhelming support for this alternative plan, and I can't imagine why the Board of Supervisors would not support it, knowing that the people who elect you are strongly in support of an alternative like this. That being said, $1.5 million is not nearly enough to actually enact this proposal. $15 million is an absolute minimum. How can there be hundreds of millions of dollars for a new jail and not for a prevention or intervention model? That's very telling, and I really implore the Board of Supervisors to find it in your heart and in our budget of our community funding to, at minimum, fund this plan at $15 million. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. This is Tiffany Razamoyer from District 1. I just want to say that this is quite literally a centuries-old conversation that today we're treating like it's new or novel, and it's not. Since the inception of law enforcement in this country, we have been relying on cops to handle people who we fear and who we have failed to understand. And this has been and still is a very dangerous and deadly approach. And that's not just theory, it's based in science and data. Many people in Sacramento have needlessly died by law enforcement who only needed appropriate health services. Many people, including myself and my family, who need crisis-level help, avoid requesting it at all for fear that your law enforcement will kill them or their family member instead of receiving the help that they really need. And where death isn't a result, trauma always is. I want to be sure that the supervisors understand that this is a disability justice and a racial justice issue. For the supervisors who are saying that law enforcement must be a part of the equation or that it's unrealistic that we're asking that they not be, you are wrong. Studies show that where law enforcement is trained to de-escalate situations related to mental health needs, Black people do not benefit. In multiple jurisdictions where law enforcement are trained in de-escalation, including in Sacramento, if law enforcement perceived that person to be a white man, then law enforcement de-escalated and brought in health services. However, in those same jurisdictions, if law enforcement perceived that person to be Black or another person of color, those people did not receive the benefit of de-escalation, and they were still met with brutal force, jail, or death. Your community is asking you to be brave and visionary and to trust us. Law enforcement is dangerous here, and it is not necessary. Just ask mental health first. And finally, I want to say that this pilot program must be funded to be effective and not just to appease those of us who are loud and angry about the lack of services. Fund a 24/7 program and have it run and advised by people of color in Sacramento who are most impacted by the policing and mental health systems that have terrorized our communities, frankly. The more resources that the county puts into preventative services that are responsive to the needs of people of color in Sacramento, the less resources you'll need for crisis services because there will be less crises.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Hello. Oh, they hung up. Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Ryan McClinton. I'm a resident of District 5, lifetime resident of Sacramento. Public health, a program manager with Public Health Advocates focused on first response transformation. I'm calling because I first want to thank the supervisors for asking very critical questions to make sure that this program has the service delivery that our county residents deserve. And I want to echo and stress what you've heard from so many callers today, as well as the Board of Supervisors, that this program needs to be funded to the tune of at least $15 million. And I want to explain why that $15 million is so important. It sounds like it's a bloated number and that's plucked out of the sky, but it is not. It is heavily researched in recognizing that when you look at the Cahoots model, Cahoots cites that for one van to operate 24/7 per 100,000 residents, it costs approximately $1.5 million. For a county of our size, when we factor in that we have 9 incorporated jurisdictions as well as unincorporated communities that need this service, our budget needs to be considerably more than that. I think the other thing that's crucially missing from this conversation is the recognition that we do need to have, in addition to peer supports, mental health professionals as well, paramedicine professionals, because of the thing that Supervisor Frost lifted up, that you may have situations that turn into a medical need that may get escalated. If you have a paramedicine professional there, they can not only treat and triage the situation, but if the vehicle is equipped, which is also part of that $15 million, they can also do deliveries to emergency medical services or other locations that provide resources that they need that are not rooted in carceral systems or medical holds. I think in addition to that, when we look at the relationship to law enforcement, there needs to be a serious concern of why we are so locked into the model that law enforcement has to be on the scene in these calls versus utilizing the emergency response systems that were created for people in crisis. What I'm talking about specifically is dialing 911 and having these calls diverted to this alternative program. There is a cost that's associated with that, and I think those are some of the things that you need to be thinking about in a $15 million figure, that how do I train our dispatchers to contact this non-law enforcement-based service. The other thing I want to highlight about paramedicine being part of this process is that it not only creates a savings for law enforcement that's having to respond on calls that they are not there for a violent crime or a serious crime that they need to be involved with, but it also creates a saving for our fire department, where when you look at the cost of one fire truck being dispatched for these calls, there's an exorbitant cost that stretches easily into the hundreds of thousands of dollars just for that one call, where ultimately a paramedicine
Can you please wrap up your
professional will handle it.
comments?
Yes, I can. I would definitely want to exercise the strength of this board in being able to make investments that save money on the back end where our residents deserve the quality of care that they do. You heard from other police chiefs that they need to be a part of this process. Their dispatch needs to be a part of this process from a point of diverting to this service. Thank you, and I hope your leadership is exemplified in the motion that follows this to improve this budget to $15 million or higher. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Meg White. I'm with Supervisor Cernas District 1. I also have owned a house as well as a brick and mortar business here for over 10 years, and I'm also calling in support, like the rest of the community, of funding law enforcement free 911 alternatives. I am beyond worried that Supervisor Frost would be so concerned about the business model of law enforcement as opposed to the public safety model that we need to be really upholding with our tax dollars. Personally, in my own community, in spite of the fact that this is where I live and work and spend tax dollars, I don't feel safe calling 911 from my own personal experience. And it's time that if you ask the community to invest their time in community listening sessions, that the Board of Supervisors listens to what comes from that. I'm beyond disappointed that Supervisor Kennedy would say that what the community needs and demands will never happen, in spite of the fact that you guys are supposed to work for the community. And if you don't work for the community, then who is it that you're working for? And why are you wasting our time asking us what we need if you're not going to fulfill it? This program has to be 24/7 in order to be meaningful. MH First is already running. Cahoots and Denver Star are already saving communities millions and millions of dollars, and there's absolutely no reason why we can't take the sheriff's $4 million surplus to put into these programs to save lives as well as to save money within our community. The Sac Sheriff is already 50% more fatal than any other sheriff's department in our state and has a long history of being brutal with black, brown, and poor people. The sheriff has already said that he doesn't want to deal with these programs, and the $4 million surplus should be used to take that responsibility from the sheriff to the much better served mental health professionals. This sustainable program needs to be 24/7 from the jump, otherwise it's not in fact a pilot. It needs to be funded specifically from the sheriff. We need an independent advisory board, and we need no police interference. I would like to take the rest of the time to uplift the names of unarmed people who are killed either by the Sac Sheriff or by Sacramento law enforcement, like Sergei Marenko, Logan Ron Augustine, Michael McClentright, Jesse Attaway, Chad Irwin, Justin Prescott, Wallace Jory, Daniel Landros, Jamie Ide, Daisy Flan, Joseph Mann, and Donna Venerable. We demand that you step up and serve our community by using our tax dollars to actually protect us.
Can you
and
please
stop
wrap up
allowing
your
law
comments?
enforcement to terrifies us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Nikki, and I live in District 1, and, calling to say that this this issue, hopefully this project, and this shift in how our community responds and answers to people who need support and help, and calling to say that this really is about the safety and the well-being of people, the outrage and the grief that communities have felt because of the harm of our current response model, that is to say, policing, cages, is so heavy and so real, and the reality that this is, so many callers already said it so eloquently, but this is about racial justice. This is about justice for folks who for so long have been met with violence when they needed support or needed to be left alone. Both of those situations law enforcement has caused so much harm. People, just imagine, try to imagine being a deaf person responding to law enforcement commands and the way that law enforcement interacts. It's about so many things, and the ability of our county to do something differently and to do it at full scale, to fund it the way it deserves to be funded, to fund it to the need. We need that. The grief, the harm, the trauma that has been enacted on, the community experiencing mental health crisis, but specifically, as folks said, the folks who've experienced the worst of it. Black communities, communities of color, folks with disabilities. There's no reforming the system that has been built on this foundation.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Yeah, policing is the problem. It is the safety issue. And for the sake of our communities, we need to move beyond it. And we need to be able to take care of each other and offer the kind of support.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Yeah, absolutely. And offer the kind of support and community thriving that makes us safe.
Thank you.
And that's a choice.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Flojan Kofer. I'm an epidemiologist and the Senior Director of Policy for Public Health Advocates. I'm really pleased to see this item come before the board today. It's rare that people across the ideological spectrum can agree not just on a vision for the type of community we want to live in this case one that is safe, responsive, and just, but also find some agreement in how we achieve that goal. But I also want to remind us that humans are creatures of habit, and it's very hard for us to try new things. And that innovation is also a habit. So I'm hopeful that we can move away from the fear of change and embrace something that can benefit our community. For that reason, I think it's important that we establish a community advisory board, because we want to ensure that we continue to identify and pilot new ways to address issues, and we want to make sure that the community members who are central to this guide the implementation and our continuous quality improvement. Supervisors Desmond and Kennedy raised some concerns about removing law enforcement from this process, and I just want to remind us that this represents a one-sided level of concern rooted in dogma but not data. It seems that we want to use routine calls as a way to screen for other legal infractions and thus to fuel mass incarceration. If we're thinking just about safety, when discussing 911 alternatives, instead of only framing this conversation by discussing the safety risks of law enforcement not showing up, let's pause for a moment and consider this. How much safer might calls be if law enforcement weren't there to threaten people with arrest or violence? Thankfully, we already have data to answer this question. I'd encourage the county to work with MH First, an existing operator in our county that has no relationship with law enforcement and has managed to operate for over a year without incident. I also want to emphasize 3 key items for your consideration. Firstly, that this proposal needs adequate funding. I'd anchor on the low end being $15 million. And this is important for several reasons that Supervisors Cerna and Natoli have already raised. Firstly, the services need adequate funding to provide 24-hour services. When the data were presented earlier, they were presented from January to June of 2020. It's important to note that 3 months of that time were when we were in the early days of COVID response, and our usual trends were significantly interrupted. Also, higher call volume indicates when additional staff should be scheduled for shifts. It does not indicate that services should not be available at other times. Secondly, we need to repurpose X11 numbers to serve as an independent dispatch system.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Certainly. And thirdly, it's really appropriate for us to divert these funds from the Sheriff's Department because they have over $4 million in unspent funds each year, and they've already said they want to get out of this business. And the majority of the community members also support this. So it makes fiscal sense to recapture these unspent funds for this
project. Can you please wrap up your comments?
Yes, certainly, and to decrease the Sheriff's Department budget in proportion to their scaled-back responsibilities.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller.
Thank you.
Hi, caller. Please mute the meeting in the background. Go ahead and start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi. I really appreciate all the previous comments that have come before me, and I really can't emphasize enough that this program needs to be funded with at least the $15 million that the community has been demanding for since last year. And 1.6 million simply isn't enough, especially in a county that spends 70% of its general fund budget on law enforcement and the carceral system. That includes the current sheriff's budget of nearly $600 million, which is 37% of that total general fund budget. You know from your Office of Budget Management that this one power, one piece of accountability you hold over the sheriff's department is his budget. That was confirmed in the December meeting, talking about switching or moving CARES dollars that was given to the sheriff dollars into public health. You know full well that you can give more money than this. But beyond just that, you also have this jail expansion project that would cost the county, based on staff estimates, as much as $200 million and just $10 million for having the construction contract before you even have a plan. So you have no less than $14 million that is on the table that you could put exclusively into this. And you should, considering that Health and Human Services as part of the budget still only comprises barely 15% of the budget. So with that said, what are we even spending all this money from? And if you're looking for other places that you can get money from, how about you look at how much the sheriff staffers are making? Sheriff's deputies make no less than $200,000. A huge, significant proportion of them. Of the 14 listed sheriff captains that are available, whose records are available on Transparent California, all their total pay exceeds over $295,000, with people like Sheriff Captain Darren Green making a stunning $485,000 when benefits are included. And then of the 285 sheriff sergeants listed, over 193 of them take home over $200,000 in total.
Can you please wrap up your comments, sir?
I would like at least a minute extra, considering that you were willing to give law enforcement at least a minute.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
But all I want to make clear is that you have the money to give this, and you need to actually do the right thing. We need strong.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Tong Si. I'm from District 1, and I want to say I'm really grateful for everyone who has spoken already on behalf of the community, and glad that we're at this point of the conversation. And it's not enough, but we can definitely do more. 15 is bare minimum. And I just want to tell you why, because I want to remind you of Darryl Richards, who was having a mental health crisis, and SWAT was called on them, and they were murdered by SAC PD and SWAT. And there was also Marshall Miles. This is all in 2018. Was having a mental health crisis, and the sheriff and police had taken him in, and he died in custody. And so we know by the loss and the grief in our community that we need better services to help, to assist, to support our communities and what we're going through. How many police aren't it? They, as already stated, escalate and aren't meeting people where they're at, or meeting their needs, period. Anyways, so I'm just reiterating how we need to honor the lives of those lost and have this available and fully invested in for the community. And it should come out of the sheriff's budget. So I'm just reiterating that, and I hope that y'all are also invested in the growth and wealth and well-being of the communities and all communities, and especially our most vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Can you mute the meeting in the background? And go ahead and start with your comments. You
Yeah.
have 2 minutes.
Do I start now?
Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Norma Nelson, and I'm calling on behalf of my brother, who was a resident of District 2. He's no longer here to speak regarding a program like this, which would have perhaps saved his life. He faced a physical health challenge that triggered a mental health crisis. I would like to start by asking that you do, in fact, move forward immediately with this program on a 24/7 basis. I also ask that you fully fund this program with appropriate civilian professionals, of which many speakers have already spoken, that we have those resources available in the community. I'd like to also cover 3 points. One is the urgency. I'd just like to ask that if this type of mental health crisis or the needs that are included in this program involve your family, friend, or neighbor, would you feel differently in terms of the urgency? Although the statistics point to those most impacted as being people of color, this could involve any member of our community. Any member of our community, particularly during these COVID-19 times, could experience a mental health crisis. This is urgent. I ask that you move forward immediately to implement the pilot program. The other point that I'd like to make is regarding 24/7 care. As I experienced with my brother, there's no time frame deciding for when a crisis will occur. It could happen at any time, and therefore 24/7 care is necessary. I also ask that you include the impacted community in designing a successful program. The people most impacted by the services that are going to be provided should have a substantial community representation and a seat at the table in designing the program. And then lastly, in terms of the funding, we all know that the majority of the county's budget goes to the Sheriff's Department. And with a diversion of resources from the Sheriff's Department to this alternative program, there will be a reduction in need for Sheriff services, and therefore this program could be funded out of the Sheriff's budget.
Can you please wrap up your comments, please?
Yes. So again, I do ask that you immediately move forward with this pilot program on a 24/7 basis, that you incorporate the recommendations from the community stakeholders that you've already consulted with, and involve more stakeholders, community stakeholders, in the design of the program, and fully fund it with the appropriate civilian professionals.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Adam Wills. I would like to thank all the callers that were talking about the community. I want to point out a few things for the fiscal conservative and the Republicans who like to talk about money. So when you are able to, as I heard the gentleman say, affect almost 50% of the calls that come into this county of Sacramento, and at upwardly of 15,000 calls a year, it usually costs about $86,000 a year to incarcerate somebody, and being a mental health professional to be able to deal with even a regular or somebody who is a high-end user, somebody you see every day, multiple times a day, that person would still only spend about $20,000 a year. So if you would only affect, not even 50%, but if you only were able to affect 2,000, get 2,000 people not arrested but mental health, that's $150 million a year the county would be saving. Right, at $150 million a year, lowballing that number. Imagine the things that you could do with that, the education that you'd be able to give students, the free medicine you'd be able to give people, the homeless shelters that would be able to be built, all the things that would be able to increase the diversity and upward mobility of the community and decrease the need for violent police interaction. We want to be able to have communities where police don't have to shoot people. And police are so worried about criminal acts. We are only speaking about non-criminal mental health calls. Because when people are having a mental health situation, they need mental health professionals, not police officers with an authoritarian complex and a gun, right? We don't need the police chiefs agreeing on anything. Mental health first has been going on for well over a year, and we've had not only have we not had incidents, not only have there not been incidents, we've been able to help people over and over again from not getting arrested and not needing the police to interact with them and taking less chances with people's lives. Because when people are large, people of color statistically are 7 to 8 times more likely to be shot by police having a mental health episode. 80% of the police who are 80% of the people.
Can you
who are
please wrap
unarmed,
up your comments, sir?
Sure. 80% of the police, unarmed police, 80% of the people that are killed by police unarmed nationally, over 100 people, are having a mental health episode. We need to separate mental health from police completely. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah. So I'd like to give you an example of how police don't help remotely. A few years back, I had a friend who was going through a very tough and stressful time. Stress at work, physical issues, and income struggles. They had long struggled with anxiety, panic attacks, and suicidal ideation. They made the mistake of letting a friend who happened to be a mandatory reporter know how they were feeling. The next thing you know, the cops were there. I was there, talking to my friend, calming them down. The next thing you hear is a loud bang, bang, bang. Police come in while they were sitting down. Even if they hadn't been, the police are imposing in uniform and with weapons. Police's very presence escalates a situation. I'm not a little guy. I'm 6'4", and my heart was racing. Do you know what it feels like to be suffering from a mental health crisis, suicidal thoughts, and to have 2 police officers come in and demand you prove your mental stability? They separated the 2 of us like they were attempting to figure out what had happened in a criminal situation. I had to effusively convince them that they were just venting and going through a stressful situation. Now, while my friend was going through this tough time, they had to not only deal with it and the feeling and emotions associated with it, they also had to convince an officer challenging them and not trusting everything that was coming out of their mouth, looking for any reason to commit or jail my friend. Meanwhile, my friend, who also happens to be trans, was terrified of that situation, given the mistreatment the trans folks received in jail situations at the hands of both inmates and officers, a higher chance of being raped or killed. And my friend had all of this running through their head while having to deal with mental health issues, dealing with demanding cops, dealing with a rough financial situation, all of this compounding, and none of it made anything better. You need to fund this adequately. This happened on the weekend. It didn't happen within office hours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Henry Ortiz, and I'm a formerly incarcerated community organizer with All of Us or None and a member of Decarcerate Sacramento. I'm calling to demand and request and plead with you that you fund programs like Mental Health First, programs that are comprised of grassroots organizations and organizers that know how to have the empathy and the compassion and the understanding in dealing with people of color who have suffered the most severe trauma, historical trauma, multi-generational trauma. that's established on a system that's rooted in white supremacy, whether it's our military, whether it's being governed through the correctional department systems of prisons, of county jails, whether it's law enforcement or sheriffs, or once upon a time slave captures that continue treating us like slaves, continue mass incarcerating us and hyper criminalizing us. And really what we're seeing here is a mass flow of incarcerating some of the most severe childhood trauma that displays itself and mental health issues, and now it's getting murdered. A lot of our community members are constantly getting murdered and losing their lives because they're having emotional and mental outbursts that these cops are not equipped to deal with. And so therefore we're asking, this is an emergency, this is a demand, this is a need, that we start putting investment from the sheriffs into the people. You know, we need more people by the community, for the community, approaches of healing and de-escalating conflict so that we can save more lives and decarcerate our community members and bring folks back to their families, as opposed to just criminalizing them for suffering from some of the most severe childhood trauma and systemic trauma. My name is Senator Ortiz. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Robin, and I live in District 3. Just calling, I want to make a few recommendations and comment on them, I guess. First, I agree with everything I've been hearing from other folks, and just kind of want to add my 2 cents into it. Ultimately, one of the recommendations I want to make is that you stop using the word pilot program. This is really something that needs to be permanent, something that the reason for that has been people want to analyze it. Well, hopefully we should be doing that with anything that we do in the county, including the sheriff's department, which doesn't seem to be something this board is at least willing to look at very closely. But we do need to be analyzing it. That's great, but it does need to be a permanent fixture in our community, something that people can count on being there. I've had situations where I've had neighbors who needed some kind of intervention, but people were asking to call the police. Well, I don't want to call the police because I don't know what the result of that is going to be, but I certainly would rather have an option of calling somebody like Mental Health First to have folks come out and try to intervene and work through the situation with my neighbors. So that kind of leads to my next point, which is taking this funding and using it to fund and expand what MH First does. They're members of our community. They've been working hard to do what they can on a volunteer basis. So this means they're passionate about the community. They're wanting to see the community have their needs met in a way that's not going to require law enforcement showing up with guns and sirens and potentially dogs to be sent after them if they deem it to be a dangerous situation. So I was really disappointed that wasn't the recommendation, but I certainly think that that's something we should be doing, is honoring the work of people within our community who are already giving of their time to help our community. Another point is that, as other people have talked about, the amount of money, $1.5 million is really a lackluster effort on the boards. I appreciate Patrick Kennedy, Supervisor Kennedy, for making the suggestion, but it falls way, way short. Cahoots in Eugene Springfield, which has been mentioned, their budget is about $3 million a year, and they have a population that's about a quarter of the size of Sacramento County.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Yes. Now, the last comment basically is just to take these funds from the Sheriff's Department before taking responsibilities from them. Why should we allow them to continue to hold on to that money that we're trying to use for something else? It should not be taken from DHS in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Christine Bailey, and I live in District 4. I would like to add my voice to those who are calling for adequately funding this 911 alternative at a level of at least $15 million. This is really the right thing to do, the moral thing to do for people in our community, and it would actually save money because it costs $81,000 per inmate per year. So please fund this program at least $15 million. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Please send the last caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Kathleen Ave. I'm a resident of District 1, and I'm calling to express strong support for a permanent alternative to 911 with 24/7 availability, 365 days a year, and no involvement from the Sheriff's Office. I think that $15 million is an important start. I honestly can't believe that anyone would suggest $1.5 million for a program like this with a straight face. There have been years of atrophy in public and mental health services and bloated law enforcement funding despite significant abuses of power. And we're facing a future of increasing challenges and disruption from natural disasters with major mental health implications. As such, we're overdue to redefine the nature of public safety into a system that can support us through serial traumas, like those that uninvested communities of color are experiencing now. I think services like these that are offered from groups like MH First should really be thought of as infrastructure. We're asking you to build social infrastructure, which is just as important, if not more so, than the roads and utilities that you typically think of as infrastructure. This is an investment in the health of our community and is urgently needed now. Just this week, in my own neighborhood, we've had a major mental health crisis of a neighbor with cracks a mile wide in the social safety net. And despite family and friends, it was a situation completely, that the Sheriff's Office is completely incapable of handling. We absolutely need more service now. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes your public comments.
Thank you. And at this time, Supervisor Kennedy has comments.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I've got a few things to say, and I understand that the other board members have punched in, and I look forward to hearing what they have to say, but I'm going to announce before I finish speaking while I have the floor that I will be making a motion right off the bat. And whether or not there's a second and we can discuss it and all that, we'll see. But I am going to be making a motion just to let my colleagues know. We chose this life, and sometimes, we understand that you have to have thick skin in this job. It's just part of the nature of the business, and particularly in the divisive times that we live in today, which is unfortunate. I remember when everything that was done at local government was not at such a personal level, but we could actually have honest and sincere dialogue and discussion over things without it getting as personal as things have become. So I don't normally do this, but I am going to actually address a couple of the things, because you sit up here and you take it so long, and then some of the things the words that come out of your mouth are completely mischaracterized, as has been done in my case today. Eventually you have to respond. Not only words have been mischaracterized, but actually who I am as a person. So most of you know me, and you know that I have spent my adult life dedicated to helping people with mental illness. First as a son, as a father, certainly as a friend and a neighbor. Pardon me. So this is personal to me, which is why I brought this up originally during budget talks to see how we could do better. Because I don't believe that law enforcement is the answer. Matter of fact, we've heard many members of law enforcement agree that law enforcement is not the answer when it comes to dealing with mental health crisis. So I'm the one who actually brought up Cahoots and STAR to our staff. I find it as a way to humanely deal with a very, very serious problem plaguing our community, plaguing all communities, and also one that I think, if done right, as the Cahoots program seems to have shown, can save us money in the long term. My comments about law enforcement having to be a part of this are twofold. One is that, as has been pointed out, there are 911 systems throughout the county of Sacramento that are operated by different law enforcement agencies. We cannot, as a county, act in an island and adopt a program that is not in some way in tune with the 911 so that there is a seamless system that takes it out of 911 and puts it into whatever this system we want to create that then takes law enforcement out of it. In essence, we have to bring law enforcement into the original and initial discussions in order to take law enforcement out of it. To think otherwise is folly. Somehow we have to get the 911 calls to this system, and we cannot do that without speaking to the operators of the current 911 system from a technological standpoint or just a practical standpoint. So, I also want to thank staff, because staff takes the burden of also getting beat up, because as you well know in these jobs, and I appreciate the work that you've all done, and I'm looking at Ryan Quist in particular. No good deed goes unpunished, but you also didn't get into the profession that you did for accolades. You did it to help people, and I appreciate that. So the work that we've done up until now, since I brought this up in September, will not go for naught. It's not going to be wasted time. It's not going to be sunk time. It's not going to be sunk costs. This is work that we will continue to have this discussion with the community as we have today. We will continue to see what the community needs. And what I specifically want to do, and I'm soon going to make a motion, is identify what our needs are and where we want to get. Don't find a number and pull it out of the air and then back into it. At that point, we decide as a board and as a community whether or not our priorities are where we can shift resources and pay for what it is that we say and we've determined as a community that we need, and that those in the greatest need of our services, what they need. So I don't want to start with a number. What I want to do is I want to identify a program that meets the needs of this community, determine how much that costs, and then have that discussion. So my motion is this. I would like to bring this back, and which means a continuance, and that pains me because I woke up this morning thinking we were going to do something great in Sacramento County, and we have a knack of kicking cans down the road. But I don't intend this to be kicking a can down the road just in vain. And I'm going to stay on top of this, as I'm sure my colleagues are as well. I would like to come back as early as March 23rd, and I want that to be part of the motion, as a status report. And specifically what I want to look at is what the cost to expand this program would be for 7 days a week at 8 hours a day, at 16 hours a day, and at 24 hours a day. Again, I believe we owe it to ourselves and the community to have options and see what is viable. Now, where the money comes from, we're going to have to determine again as our priorities. I don't see how we can do a program where there isn't money coming out of, some money coming out of the sheriff's budget. How much, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. But the reality is, that is a considerable chunk of our general fund. And so to say we're just going to keep that as a sacred cow, there are no sacred cows. We have to look at all alternatives. Second, I want to give staff the direction to communicate with other local jurisdictions. I believe that as much as we tried and we did community outreach, I think we did an exemplary job, we did miss some things. And some of those had to do with less priorities and less what we want to see as outcomes, and more as just the technical aspects of how we can make this successful. And I want to have those conversations with those local jurisdictions. So at this time, I would like, with those two caveats, I would like to continue this meeting, come back for a status report on March 23rd, and see exactly where we are. I had hoped that we could do some of this on a parallel track, but it's clear that more work needs to be done, and that's why I make that motion.
Madam Chair, may I ask the maker of the motion a question?
Sure.
Thank you. And I apologize for
Well,
going out of
that's
turn.
fine.
So I just want to be clear. When you say come back on March 23rd for a status report, does that mean that we would be presented options with the expectation and a recommendation then to take action on one of those options at that point?
That would be ultimately what I would like to see. I'm being realistic and knowing that now a lot of this they've already done. I mean, we heard that they had the larger numbers and all that, and that was discounted. I want to see what those numbers are, as Supervisor Natoli said.
Right.
What exactly are those numbers? I would like to see a fully fleshed out plan March 23rd, but I also want to be realistic and know that to come up with something that is as aggressive as we want and as I think life-changing and altering for so many people. If it can't be done in a way that is acceptable by March 23rd, then we'll come back. But with that goal in mind, what I don't want to do, Supervisor Cerna, is I don't want to leave it open-ended so that 6 months from now we're having this same discussion. If on March 23rd we don't have a plan to consider that we can vote on up or down, then I'm going to ask for 2 more weeks, but not 2 more months.
Well, okay. So understanding a little bit better your motion, I would ask you to consider a friendly amendment, because I fully appreciate the motion, the substance of it. I think it's a good way to look at this in terms of the options of the 3 general options, the 8, 16, and 24-hour options, if you will. I appreciate the fact that obviously in your motion you take into account some of the comments that I and others have made about having 7 days a week, so that's good to hear. But the friendly amendment would be that we do have those 3 options presented with the expectation that we do take action and not have any further delay after the 23rd, and so that the board is given a clear menu of those 3 options, and we vote up or down on one of those 3 options at that point.
That's an easy amendment for me to accept, because
Okay.
you're right in line with my thinking. The other thing that I didn't mention is I also would like to see, and this came up in the discussions and comments of the board, the table that showed calls, I would like to see that as a year, not just a 5-month snapshot. I'd like to see a year. And the reason for that being, as much as anything, is that, first of all, one caller had a great point as far as the COVID factor is kind of puts us in a different place. But also, anyone who's dealt with the mental health industry, there's also seasonal variations. And I'd like to see what that is.
So with that friendly amendment, I'll second the motion.
So we have a motion to come back on March 23rd with the 3 different options. Do you have those 3 different options?
I do.
Okay. Can you just read those again to me?
To return on 323 with cost for options 7 days a week for 8 hours, 16 and 24 hours a day, and then to determine where the funding is going to come from to include all alternatives, including the sheriff's budget. Also to communicate with the local jurisdictions with the friendly amendment to expect that the board will take some form of action on 323.
Okay, thank you, Flo.
Madam Chair, can I ask a clarifying question about?
Let me just say, we do have a second with Supervisor Cerna.
We're not voting on the motion.
Now
we all get to weigh in on this.
Pardon me?
You're not calling for a
I'm
vote.
not going to vote. I just
No.
wanted to say we have a motion and a second. Now we can deliberate. And I have Supervisor Natoli up next, but do you want to defer to?
I had a question about the motion.
Okay,
Sure, that's fine.
okay.
Yeah,
Supervisor.
Okay.
Would one of those, so then none of those options as part of your motion would be this pilot at this cost, correct?
Well, no, because.
Because it'd be, okay.
Right. That's accurate.
They'd all be, presumably they'd all be more expensive.
That's correct.
Okay.
Presumably.
Thank you.
Now, did you have something that you needed to interject right away, Ann?
Well, I just want to point out that March 23rd, your agenda all day is already a very, very long day. And I just wanted you to be aware of that.
So there's a chance we may need to schedule a special meeting or do it the week after that?
That would be preferable unless you want a 12-hour day.
Would you be amenable to pushing it forward?
Wednesday's fine.
Yeah.
Don't we have a meeting on 24th?
Don't we have 2 meetings on that week?
May I address the board?
Pardon me?
May
Yes.
I address the board about the calendar? I just want to point out that on March 23rd, you're probably going to run a little past 5. On the 24th, you will most likely be in session until about 4 o'clock that day. Much of those things have already been legally noticed, so I don't have any wiggle room to move those items. So if you do it on March 23rd, it would just be a longer day. If I could work with your districts to schedule that or find another day.
Would you be amenable to pushing it forward a week or?
Well, I think that I've put a lot on their lap.
April 6th is wide open.
What about, or special? I'm
I'm in sync with Mr. Cerna in that, I'm not wed to just meeting on Tuesdays. I mean.
Yeah.
We already have 2 meetings that week, 2 days,
I
2
understand,
full days.
But I think we could probably do it before the 1st of April.
Yeah, could we go to the following Tuesday?
Right.
Again, that's a long month. And, look at folks' schedule. I don't think we have any other, outside of meetings we have scheduled separate from this board, but we don't have any other conflicting board meetings on a Tuesday. So I'd be supportive if we went to the 30th of March or the 31st of March, which would be the Wednesday, but, the 30th is?
That's
The 31st is, right. That's Caesar Chavez Day, right?
Would that work?
30th, yeah.
I don't have your respective calendars for non-board or regional SAN meetings, so I'd have to work with your staff to clear your calendars either on the 29th or the 30th. The 31st is a holiday, April 1st is a Thursday, and April 2nd is a Friday.
Do you want to try for 29 or 30 and see if we can work one of those in?
Sure.
Is that okay?
29th.
29th, that's a Monday?
Yeah.
Let's try for the 29th then.
Monday, is the 29th a holiday?
No.
No, it's the actual
31st.
day for Caesar Chavez Day. So it's 31st.
Okay.
Which is a Wednesday.
So why wouldn't you look to this the Tuesday, the 30th, when we would normally meet if we were meeting on a regular schedule?
Yeah, so are you asking me to continue to the 29th or the 30th?
I'm asking you to try for one of those days,
Sure.
whichever one works, so that we can make sure we try to get it in as soon as possible.
Okay, I will work with your district offices to get that calendared, and I'll confirm that with all of the board members, Ann and Lisa.
Okay, and are you, have you concluded, Supervisor Kennedy, your statements? Okay, Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to just thank Supervisor Kennedy for his continued work on this and advocacy, and I think certainly sharing his personal experience in the words today. But I think this is something, obviously, that we all certainly take to heart. We've, seen good work by our staff over the past several months to bring this to us today. And so I think that reflects, obviously, I think the tone and certainly the emphasis that even this most immediate discussion about bringing it back shortly reflects, I think, the interest in moving something forward. I wanted to ask Council just for a moment, as we kind of embark on this discussion because it may be reflected in some of the items that we will hear prior to the 29th or 30th of March. And that goes to discussion that we're going to have relative to the consent decree and what may happen within the correctional system, the correctional health system in this county. Is there the ability to have some analysis behind, obviously this is a separate but certainly a related impact, certainly on individual lives, on the health of our community, on response to urgent calls. But I guess I'm curious because we've never really had in any open setting discussion about, except for talking about impacts within the jail framework, adding positions for both health and correctional officers. I guess I'd like to know, again, if we make these investments, how that may comport with consent decree. Again, any decision I make, I would just say it's not tied to that, but I want to get some understanding, at least, and again, if it's appropriate to do that. So I wanted to ask the question here today.
Yes, I can address that more on a high level, I think. Okay. Our office and county staff have had discussions with the plaintiff's counsel in the consent decree, and we continue to have discussions around this issue with them. So I can report back more, I guess, in detail on the 29th or 30th, if it's appropriate, regarding whether or not this program would be able to count towards compliance with the consent decree and whether the plaintiff's counsel would agree to such a thing. Again, those discussions have been sort of high level and I think preliminary. So I don't really have a lot of information to report back right now, but again, I can update you in the future.
Okay. Well, that would be helpful, and part of the reason I pose the question is that as I reflect on this and certainly listen to the testimony today and have talked with our staff and heard from my colleagues, it occurs to me that as we've certainly embarked upon the commitment under the consent decree to improve conditions for those that are in custody, but we've heard certainly consistently, even before the consent decree, about the need for enhanced services within the community framework to hopefully redirect and divert folks from the the criminal justice system to deal with some whatever the trauma is, but to deal with issues that folks are trying to cope with. And in my view, there's always this constant strain though between the draw to either deal with facilities and or in custody needs versus out of custody or in the community needs. And I think it's important because what we're being asked to consider and have been as a part of certainly our responsibilities is within the correctional system is to provide for the care of those folks that are in custody. And as we've looked at this, we're looking at making commitments of tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars already, but also then looking forward, and not just from a capital side, but certainly from a staffing side. And I think, but those would be fixed costs. In many cases, those would be ongoing, built into the budget. They'd be first call in the budget. And I want to relate this to certainly to the discussion and to the the motion here to bring more information back. It seems to me that people can talk about where it comes from, but there's a pool of dollars out there that go for the services in the programs that we provide on behalf of the people of this county, and that when we make solid commitments that are either embedded in some legal determination, some prioritization, or some other structure, then that already gets carved out in the budget making process. And it certainly can be up for discussion if you get into years like the recession period and so forth. But largely, they withstand the test of time. And so I think part of this, from my viewpoint, is that whatever we do, obviously it needs to be done with an eye to being effective and to addressing the issues, but it also needs to be solid enough that it can withstand those budget stressors that can come in any given year. Not that this board doesn't have to make budget decisions every year, look at priorities, all the competing demands. And so what I would like to see is, as we're having this discussion, is that if it's going to take $5 million or $7 million or whatever it is annual, or 10 or 15, you're going to come back with those numbers, and so I'm not going to predetermine or pre-guess them. As I'd like to see us then, on the basis of certainly information that we have before us today, that'll come before us in a few weeks, and going forward, that you build a budget with that number, with the understanding that that program can certainly evolve. It may grow, it may contract, it may adjust, but that it becomes a pretty static, in a static position within your budget framework. And we can do that. And we can give that direction. Now, future boards can change that based upon other needs or such. But rather than, because that's what my concern with the pilot is, that staff did exactly as they were directed. They went out and did good work, and they came back within a framework of $1.5 million. But I think, as I've heard, that's not going to be sufficient going forward. And so I'd like to see, as a part of that consideration, then when it comes before us in April, again, not prejudging what we're going to have to do in June or in September or a year out, but to look at having this as a foundational point for how we deliver services and how we respond to needs, and hopefully, have a healthier community, and maybe have savings that are always difficult to determine, because you make that investment in interventive or preventive services, and it's hard to know in any given situation. But I think this is the type of effort that, if we're going to go in this direction, it needs to have that strong, solid commitment and have a good, strong foundation from which to launch from. So I make those points because I think it's important for the considerations that are embedded in the motion. I would also ask, I think it's important, and I appreciated the lead-in by Mr. Wagstaff, and certainly Ms. Edwards' comments on it, working to see how this is integrated into the system of emergency response and crisis response in this community, obviously with the standalone element. But I do think, to what Mr. Kennedy's point made, and I appreciated his further elaboration on it, is to understand that there will be different entry points to seek help. And if that's the case, how do we best coordinate that and best serve the people of all the county in response to that, recognizing obviously that law enforcement and emergency response, our firefighters and medics and so forth, have a very distinct role in that as well. So I think this was good work. It was done, again, with a good deal of outreach. And I think over the course of the next few weeks, again, it really compresses the time. But I'm interested in having us poised for a decision that will then be a framework for then how we launch for our discussions in June for the next fiscal year budget, but also I think build a strong foundation and maybe an understanding of how we can meet some of the other obligations that will continue to pull on those dollars if we make other choices. And so, again, I support the motion here today, and I look forward to what lies ahead here in the next few weeks. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's such a great point by Supervisor Natoli to see what the implications would be for implementing a program like this as it relates to our obligation under the Mays consent decree. And I think that's a great discussion we need to have. I also just want to address, Supervisor Kennedy, I just wanted to say I have so much admiration and respect for you and your dedication to this issue, and it's clearly something that means so much to you personally, and I just really applaud you for your work in this area and bringing this forward, and certainly appreciate the honor of being on this dais with you because of your work. One thing I'd like to just mention, as we're going to be, staff will be working on this more. I know you'll be reaching out to the other law enforcement jurisdictions. One thing I'd like to just request of you, and I'll certainly do this when we have meetings, is I mentioned maybe getting in touch with Weave and seeing what they have to say about it, specifically the domestic violence versus domestic disturbance, what that might look like. And the other thing, Chair Frost brought up the chronic nuisance offender program, which is, for those of you who don't know, that's something that the property business improvement districts actually really rely on with small businesses. So I don't know if that would be okay, Bruce, to maybe just check on that, maybe with some small business leaders in the community. And I think more interaction, obviously, with stakeholders and people who will be affected is important.
Thank you. We'll do that.
Thank you. And then one last thing is, I read somewhere as I was doing some of my just research on the Cahoots program, which is a great program in Eugene. We're obviously not Eugene. We have a lot more complicated issues to work out with the jurisdictions in Sacramento County. But I did read somewhere that there was some federal legislative efforts that might fund these kinds of programs at the state and local level. So I think that might be worth,
Absolutely.
I
had heard rumblings of that too, Supervisor. I've never been able to pin it down.
Okay.
But we'll pursue that.
Great. And with that, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Oh, I have a couple of comments. I first want to say that I support this concept and really I support the idea of having better services for mental health, and I really appreciate Supervisor Kennedy, your leadership in bringing this, and also your sensitivity to the situation around having all stakeholders as part of that conversation so it can be the best it can be. I'm really excited because I can see a path to all of us being able to get behind this with enthusiasm. And so I also wanted to briefly make some comments regarding the public comment. One of the callers made a comment about my giving Chief Lawrence a little extra time, and I think sometimes experience is the best teacher, and I learned something today. I try so hard to be fair, and while I did give Chief Lawrence maybe a little extra time, there were a lot of people I gave extra time subsequent to that, and the truth is I was feeling bad because I was, and I apologize if I didn't communicate well, but I was feeling badly that the, police chiefs had not been at the table in the conversation, and I felt like it was important to hear, one of them who was representing a lot of their feelings. And so to the public, I do want to be fair to everyone. The other thing I wanted to bring up was my comment regarding how it impacts the police business model. I'm a person who has been self-employed for over 40 years. Most of my life I was self-employed, and there was never a project or a business that I started that I didn't put together a budget and a business plan and put systems in place that would, help bring success to those projects. And I probably use words that sound cold, but I think the plan is so important, and I think Supervisor Kennedy, he said it so well. We want to get it right, and so I appreciate his wisdom on that, and I'm behind him all the way. I also wanted to mention that I'm excited. I hope this is with the understanding that all the public safety will be part of that conversation before we come back, and that we can satisfy their concerns. I think they have wisdom that we might not think of. So I'm assuming that's what I heard Supervisor Kennedy saying. And I wanted to ask County Council. There were some written public comments that came in that felt like this could, and I know Supervisor Natoli touched on this, but I want to make sure that this part of it got asked, that they felt like this project could eliminate the jail expansion. I know we're not expanding our jail, but I wanted to ask if you could make some comments about the consent decree and how this, I know there's a potential impact that we could benefit, but does it make a difference at all in our responsibility to deliver those services and capital improvements in our jails?
Right. To answer your question, no, this program would accomplish obviously something very important and things that we might be able to add to our list of compliance with the consent decree, but in no way would satisfy the entire requirements that the county is obligated to do under the consent decree, because it's those requirements are much more expansive than what is being proposed here.
Thank you. And I also wanted to ask if you could, I don't know if you want to comment now on this. I hope I can articulate this well. It's my understanding that we have jurisdiction over the sheriff's budget and that we're constitutionally not able to just randomly take money out of his budget. We can if we don't have money, or if we're transferring services that he's, under what circumstances can we, like if there were people on public comment who suggested that they wanted to take the $15 million out of the sheriff's budget, can we do that? I mean, without taking those functions away from the sheriff?
I think I understand your question. And yes, you're correct. The Board of Supervisors, that is really the only control that it has over the Sheriff's Department. But you're, again, also correct in that there are certain basic functions that the Sheriff's Department has to perform. And so that is also a consideration in moving money. But again, the most important point, I think, and I think the callers and members of this board have expressed, is that the board does have control over the actual budget. So that is probably the most important thing to take out of the public comments.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to address it further, but I think that's the basic tenets that you have the power to do that.
I want to also say that I concur with Supervisor Natoli, who wants, to see a path forward. These programs, it's hard to get them up and running, and to not have the foresight to have 3 to 5 years moving forward is not good. So I concur with that. And I wanted to also ask the county executive if there's a way that, and maybe this is all of you, Bruce and Jim, because I see COVID as exacerbating our mental health issues in our communities, with our schools, increased crime. Is there a way that we can use some of the COVID funding, and my understanding is that the American Relief Act is not required to be spent by the end of this year, that we have some discretion on the timeline of how that is, so we could potentially take 2 or 3 years of planning if we did put together, the idea of a pilot or whatever, that could help be the wind under the wings of this program, and be funding that we could identify that would help just kind of give us not have to worry about it, that we have a base to start with. Can we do that, or?
Well, the bill has not yet been approved, and so we don't yet know all of the allowable uses for the fund. I mean, we have some idea, they've talked some about it, but I really think it would be premature to say, yes, we can use it. The answer is we might be able to, but we don't know yet. But we can certainly take that into consideration.
I don't think it's a bad thing to have in our, at the forefront of our thought process while we're trying to think about how if we're gonna start a program, let's not start it without a plan that gives it some stability. So that's just something I would think would be important. And the other thing is, I wanted to Supervisor Desmond's comment about chronic nuisance offender program. That's a program that I've used a lot in my district, and the DA's office, the DA and sheriff have worked very closely with us and our business community. So they might be a good contact to have at the table in the conversation around that.
Thank you.
And so I support Supervisor Kennedy's motion, and I have Supervisor Cerna in the queue.
Thank you. Just one last comment / suggestion, and I'll first start by also joining my colleagues in expressing thanks to Supervisor Kennedy for being very focused on this item, and certainly appreciate the fact that he's willing to clearly acknowledge his personal experience with the subject matter in his family, and I think that's probably sometimes the best motivator for thinking clearly about how best to make sure that we do better and that we help our constituents as best we can. So I do appreciate his willingness to champion this. One of the things that I don't want to lose sight of, and a few of the callers made mention of it, is the fact that not only could this clearly stand to help people in crisis much better than what we've had in place for so long that's been law enforcement centric, but I think we also stand to actually save the county and the taxpayers money. And so when we reconvene on the 29th or the 30th, and as has been made clear in the amended motion, that we're going to expect at that point to go with one of the options or some hybrid of the options, I think moving forward, we should make a concerted effort to do our best to try and quantify as close as we can whatever cost savings that the county would enjoy compared to the past practice of laying this at the feet and being the responsibility of law enforcement. Because I think fiscally we want to know the consequence of this as much as the practical service impacts for folks. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to just say that crime is up. I had a conversation with the DA's office the other day, and they were saying that there is an increase, a real increase in crime. And so boots on the ground, public safety is important too. So that I think, I'm hoping this isn't, just about defunding police. I hope this is about keeping our community safe and improving our services, and I'm excited. So with that, we have a motion by Supervisor Kennedy and a second by Supervisor Cerna. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Would be the county executive comments.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any supervisors? No comments. This meeting is adjourned.